Chapter 66. With the third strike of the mallet, Wu Yan's heart, which was beating a little faster, finally calmed down. Although half of the 200,000 gold coins he earned today disappeared in the blink of an eye, Wu Yan didn't feel that it was a pity at all. As long as that pure white crystal could be exchanged for summoning points, then as long as it could be exchanged for 1,000 summoning points, it would be worth it. However, Wu Yan didn't believe that with the system's judgment and the word large, that pure white crystal could only be exchanged for 1,000 summoning points. Although he didn't know how large this large amount was, Wu Yan prayed silently in his heart, hoping that it would be a little more. That way he would be able to summon her. In Wu Yan's heart he had already thought about who he would summon next. Glancing at Chuju and Mikoto, who were clumsily dealing with little Liren's what is the system, what is life energy, what is summoning points, and a whole bunch of questions, Wu Yan rejoiced in their misfortune and dodged to the side. The pure white crystal could only be considered as a small climax. For the time being, regardless of whether that unlucky rank 9 died on his own or was hit by the auction house's people, that pure white crystal could now be considered to have entered Wu Yan's pocket. As for the people present, not many cared about it. After all, even if it was a rank 9 powerhouse's item, if it couldn't be used, then it could only be considered as trash. Even such a large-scale auction house couldn't do anything about it. Among the people present, not many felt that they could do it. Therefore, very quickly this rank 9 powerhouse's item was thrown to the back of everyone's mind. As for Wu Yan, he didn't care. Even if that pure white crystal had some function, it couldn't be compared to summoning points. Moreover, in the system, as long as you have enough points, other than having a child, what else can't you want? When this crystal fell into Wu Yan's hands, he had already decided on its use. After that, the old man hosted the auction for a few more items. All of them were of high quality and some of them were even more expensive than the pure white crystal. Of course, to Wu Yan it was something that didn't hurt or itch. He directly threw the bidding crystal board to little Liren, and let her continue playing her bidding game. After an unknown amount of time, the lights in the auction hall changed again. If the lights at the beginning of the auction gave people a sense of leisure, then the lights at the beginning of the auction were like the prelude to a march. And now, the lights gave people the feeling that it was the climax, the feeling of excitement. When this light appeared, the old man at the center of the round platform couldn't help but straighten his back a little. His tone was no longer as jovial as before. Instead, it was somewhat serious. Sweeping his gaze across the entire auction hall, the old man raised his hands and shouted, "Finally, it's time. The final item of the auction. It will appear in front of everyone's eyes. In this auction there are a total of 3 final items. Each of them can be said to be very precious. As for how precious they are, you just need to compare them with the previous items that weren't considered the final item of the auction and you will know. Indeed, in the previous auction items, there were a few that were sold for more than 100,000 gold coins. Such a price wasn't enough to be considered the final item. Then the final item of the auction would definitely be much more precious. Perhaps it was the effect of the old man's serious words, but all the auctioneers present felt a tense atmosphere, causing their hearts to beat faster. The projection of the crystal ball had already expanded several times in an instant, and a scroll-like scroll appeared on the projection, occupying almost 3/4 of the space on the projection. It seemed even more grand, and on the scroll the words wind-ripping/technique were clearly engraved in gold. This is a high-level combat technique scroll. It's called wind-ripping/technique, and it's a combat technique created by a level 7 warrior. His power is incomparably great. As long as you successfully cultivate it, you will definitely be able to become the strongest among those of the same level. Even if you challenge someone of a higher level, you will be able to cause considerable damage to your opponent. The auctioneers in the round seats couldn't help but widen their eyes. Their bodies had already started to lean forward, as if they could close the distance between them and the combat technique scroll. Even their breathing had become heavier. High-level combat technique. Strongest among those of the same level. Challenging someone of a higher level. These words all attracted the eagerness in the hearts of the auctioneers present, so much so that some of the auctioneers had already started shouting, "Hurry up and start." Wu Yan, who was sitting in the VIP room, laughed disdainfully when he heard the old man's words. He didn't hide his disdain for the old man at all. High-level combat techniques were indeed high-level, but it also meant that they were difficult to cultivate. This was a combat technique created by a level 7 warrior. In order to cultivate it, one had to be at least a level 5 warrior. The saying that one was the strongest among those of the same level was also a huge exaggeration. If one had a high-level combat technique, how could others not have one? If one were to compare wealth, how could one compare to the disciples of a large family? Which disciple of a large family didn't have a high-level combat technique or two? As for challenging someone of a higher level, that was even more of a joke. It was just a combat technique created by a level 7 warrior. Even if one succeeded in cultivating it at most, they would only be able to flaunt it a little before reaching level 7. If they still relied on it after reaching level 7, they would definitely be defeated. Of course, Wu Yan was very disdainful of this, but that didn't mean that others would be the same. Wu Yan's abilities were all exchanged directly from the system. As for the abilities he obtained from the system directly imbued him with the method of Bodhi imbuement. The moment Wu Yan clicked on the exchange, he had already learned how to use it. Therefore, to him personally, cultivating battle skills was strenuous and unrewarding. He did not consider that others did not have the same treatment as him. They could directly learn battle skills. Not to mention high-level battle skills, even low-level battle skills had to be learned by themselves. Now that they had the chance to learn a high-level combat technique, they naturally wouldn't let go of such an opportunity. This combat technique scroll was worthy of being the finale item. The price kept rising and soon, it reached 100,000 gold coins. Wu Yan and the rest watched as the price went past 100,000 gold coins, then 200,000 gold coins, and still kept rising. The price made Wu Yan, Chuju and Mikoto look at each other. In the end, this combat technique scroll that wasn't even as important as a meal in Wu Yan's eyes was sold at a price of 350,000 gold coins. The moment the old man shouted "sold," countless people let out sighs of regret that they missed out on such a godly technique. Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh. Wiping away the sweat on his forehead, the old man raised his hand again to quiet down the auctioneers. Everyone, don't feel that it's a pity. The next item to be auctioned will definitely not disappoint you. When everyone heard this, they quickly sat up straight and looked at the old man with shining eyes. The old man felt a chill in his heart and tightened his chrysanthemum. The crystal ball projection changed again and a small katana without a guard appeared in front of everyone. Beside it was a scabbard. Even though the blade was only a projection, the sharp edge was vividly displayed in front of the auctioneers. With the appearance of this weapon, the old man's voice started to carry a hint of excitement, as if this weapon was his. Everyone, the second item to be auctioned and also the second last item to be auctioned, is this. The auctioneers looked at the strange-looking weapon on the projection and looked at the old man with doubtful eyes. The edge of the blade is indeed vivid and lifelike, but there aren't many who have good eyesight. After all, no matter how lifelike it is, it's still just a projection. It's not the real thing, so how can it be so easy to recognize? The old man laughed out loud and said something that caused a stir in the crowd. Everyone, don't be fooled by its small blade and strange design. This is a common armament. Chapter 67. As soon as the words mass armament came out, the people who were regretting that they didn't get a high-level battle skill were excited again. Compared to battle skills, armaments are much more popular in the Spalier world. The reason is simple: in this world where strength is everything, increasing one's strength is always the main theme in people's hearts. Battle skills and armaments, these two things are things that can increase one's strength, but battle skills and whatnot, they still need to be trained. If one's talent is good, then they will succeed and their strength will increase. If one's talent is bad, then no matter how hard they train, how can they increase their strength? Armaments were different. It didn't matter if you were a Tom, Dick, Harry, a soldier or a noble. Even if you were trash, as long as you could wield it, you would be able to use the armament to increase your strength. This is also the reason why Wu Yan's Kusanagi sword was auctioned after the wind-ripping scroll. Good things come out at the end. Although Wu Yan's mass armament wasn't the last item to be auctioned, it's still not a good thing. Wu Yan, Hinajiku and Mikoto stared at the numbers on the crystal ball with their mouths agape. Their brains couldn't process the numbers and they are slowly going numb. In just a short while, the price of the Kusanagi sword has already exceeded the previous high-level battle skill scroll, which is 350,000 gold coins. Wu Yan subconsciously raised his hand and rubbed his eyes. He stared at the screen for a while before pointing at the numbers on the screen. He hesitantly asked. Hinajuku Mikoto, you guys said that's 300k gold, right? Hearing Wu Yan's uncertain tone, Chuji didn't find it strange because she was the same. You didn't see wrongly. No, you saw wrongly. It's not 350,000 gold coins, it's 400,000 gold coins. Feeling it suddenly increased to 400,000 gold coins. How could that be? Wu Yan stroked his chin and said in distress, it's not like there hasn't been any mass armaments auctioned here before, but I heard that the price of the mass armaments was usually around 350,000 gold coins. Why did it rise to such a level right from the start? That's what we want to know too. Two delicate voices rang out at the same time. Wu Yan became even more distressed when he heard them. Well, who cares why he's like this? Anyway, it's a good thing. Mikoto shook her head in annoyance, causing her short brown hair to sway, indicating that the question was too deep for her to delve into. That's right. It's a good thing anyway. Wu Yan stopped thinking about it. He continued to look at the numbers below and began to laugh. If I had this amount of gold coins in my previous world, I would be able to stay at home until the end of time. In fact, what Wu Yan and the other two didn't know is that the reason why the Kusanagi sword's price rose so fast and even exceeded the mass armaments price in the past is because the people auctioning the Kusanagi sword are mostly women. As everyone knows, the power system of this world is Zhou Xian magic, and those who practice Zhou Xian magic of course include women. In order to practice magic, one needs to have extraordinary talent. In the Spalier world, the ratio of mages to warriors is ridiculously low. Compared to mages, the number of warriors is undoubtedly a lot more. There are both men and women in mages, and there are also men and women in warriors. After all, even if warriors aren't suitable for girls to practice magic, no one can guarantee that a girl's talent will be good. That's why there are fewer warriors than mages, but that's only when compared to mages. There are still quite a number of female warriors. This is where the problem comes in. In the Spalier world, the weapons used by warriors are guns, swords and the like. These weapons are all relatively thick and bold. Let's talk about swords. This isn't Wu Yan's previous world. In the Spalier world, most of the swords are those wide knight swords. This kind of weapon is comparable to a woman's figure. Although it doesn't have much effect in the hands of a woman who practices Dou Qi, and it's very cute, it still doesn't fit the delicate taste of a woman. Of course, not everyone thinks so, only a portion of them. The Kusanagi sword is different. Its small body looks very light. Although it doesn't have any gems or gold embedded on it, compared to those wide knight swords, this kind of weapon is undoubtedly more suitable for a woman to use. It also fits the taste of a woman more. Therefore, almost all of the female warriors present are captivated by the Kusanagi sword. That's why the price of the Kusanagi sword skyrocketed. If Wu Yan knew about this, he wouldn't be troubled by the price of the Kusanagi sword anymore. This is because he deeply understands one thing. Don't try to guess the thoughts of a woman, it's useless even if you do. He doesn't know what kind of mood he has after watching this auction. In the end, the Kusanagi sword was sold for 500,000 gold coins. Phew. Exhaling softly, Wu Yan muttered softly. I'm rich. This cheesy remark made Chuju and Mikoto roll their eyes at him. Only Liren was smiling foolishly. The old man happily knocked his gavel and announced the successful sale of the Kusanagi sword. Wu Yan doesn't know if it's because he's excited or not, but he feels like he's very happy with the gavel. Alright everyone, today's auction is about to come to an end. Let's take a look at the last item. The bidding crystal board is tightly gripped in everyone's hands. Their eyes are glued to the crystal ball projection, waiting for the final moment to arrive. Before this, there were two other auction items. One was an advanced combat skill and the other was a common armament. Since this third auction item was placed behind these two items, what did it mean? This meant that the last auction item was at least more valuable than the previous two auction items. When he mentioned the last auction item, no one noticed that an indescribable strange light flashed in the old man's eyes. Even his tone had changed a little. No one noticed this, not even Wu Yan, who is still immersed in the sea of gold coins in the VIP room. The old man waved his hand and the projection on the stage changed. This time it's a map. A map. The thousands of auctioneers present couldn't help but blurt out the word at the same time. Along with them, there's a deep sense of doubt, including Wu Yan and the others. Frowning, Wu Yan looked at the map projection on the stage and narrowed his eyes. His intuition tells him that this is unusual. The final item of the auction was actually a map? A map that's more valuable than a high-tier combat skill or a common armament. Could it be a treasure map? Impossible. If it's a treasure map, the auction house would have already dug it up with their own hoes and pickaxes. Why would they put it up for auction? Well, even if the auction house didn't have the ability to bring it back to the light of day for some reason, it's normal to put it up for auction. However, Wu Yan definitely doesn't think so. Let alone him. If anyone here thinks so, they should apply for the Brain Disorder Fund. Who would project the entire map and reveal the contents of a treasure map when it's put up for auction? The entire map is now clearly projected. During this period of time, those with good memories should have already memorized it. Isn't it obvious that they want everyone to know the contents of the map? Who would waste money on an auction like this? They could just memorize it directly. Are the auction house's people retarded? That's impossible. If the auction house's people were retarded, the auction house would have been swallowed up by others a long time ago. If they're doing this under such circumstances, isn't there something fishy going on? Even someone like Wu Yan who doesn't know how to use his brain can think of this. Of course, the thousands of auctioneers present aren't all idiots. Perhaps at this time, those who think they're smart are also distressed. Chapter 68. Perhaps everyone is a little confused. Why is the last item being auctioned a map, and why is it being announced? The old man smiled when he saw most of the people nodding. He ignored the small group of people who were frowning and said, "Listen to my explanation and you will understand." The old man touched the crystal ball on the platform gently. The crystal ball emitted a burst of light and the map projection expanded several times, as if afraid that people couldn't see it clearly. The old man walked out of the round platform and took a few steps forward. He stood in front of the round platform and said to everyone, "First of all, let me make it clear. Although this map is the last item to be auctioned, we did not put it up for auction." The auctioneers, who had quieted down, started to whisper to each other after hearing the old man's words. Only a small group of smart people frowned even more. The old man smiled and shook his head. He didn't stop them from whispering this time. Instead he said, "Everyone, don't find it strange. Let me introduce the use of this map to everyone." His hands were behind his back. His wrinkled face became as calm as an ancient well. A faint aura emerged from his body. It was the aura of a powerhouse. It was at this moment that those who knew the truth recalled that this old man was a rank 7 warrior. The old man's voice began to ring softly in everyone's ears as if he was right next to them. He said, "Perhaps some of you have already guessed what this map is for. That's right, this map is a treasure map." Without waiting for the crowd to react, the old man said in a deep voice, "Everyone must be wondering why our auction house is sharing a treasure map with everyone. Actually, we have no other choice." Only the old man's voice could be heard in the auction hall. Everyone present didn't even dare to breathe loudly. They just listened quietly to the old man speak. Because this stage 7 powerhouse standing in front of everyone at this moment actually said something like, "I had no choice." Even a fool would think that things weren't that simple. The old man sighed and continued to explain, "When we were auctioning off a mysterious pure white crystal, I believe everyone still remembers its origin." Hearing the old man mention the crystal that contained a large amount of life force, Wu Yan and the rest in the VIP room couldn't help but straighten up. Other than Liren, Wu Yan, Chuju and Makoto were all attentive. "It was taken from a fallen stage 9 powerhouse by one of our auction house's people. This is something that everyone already knows." But the old man's tone changed and he said seriously, "What I want to tell everyone is that it's not just the pure white crystal. Even this treasure map was obtained from the body of this 9th stage powerhouse by our auction house." Something taken from a level 9 powerhouse again? The old man's words didn't enlighten the crowd at all. Instead, they were even more confused. This is also the reason why our auction house announced this treasure map to the public. At this point, the old man's eyes flashed with a trace of gloominess and annoyance. But very quickly he hid it in the bottom of his heart. "It's not that we didn't follow the map to find the location of the treasure. But none of the people we sent out came back." The moment the old man finished speaking, gasps of surprise rang out. Everyone present was shocked. Looking at the shocked crowd and some of the auctioneer's eyes flashing with suspicion, the old man smiled bitterly. "Everyone, don't doubt it. This is the truth. I believe that as long as your family background is strong, you can find out about this matter. So I have no need to lie to everyone. The old man paused for a moment before continuing. After this incident, our auction house sent out a few people to search. But without exception, none of them came back. So we have a guess. Perhaps that level 9 powerhouse went to search for this treasure location. Then, in this treasure location, he encountered something similar to these people who didn't come back. That's why he was heavily injured. After escaping, he immediately fell. Suddenly, the sound of people swallowing their saliva rang out in the auction house. Heavens, a level 9 powerhouse. That was a level 9 powerhouse, the strongest powerhouse in the Spalier world. He fell because of this treasure map. At this thought, the crowd looked at the treasure map on the projection with a complicated expression. Some were greedy, some were fearful, some were in awe. Their emotions were fluctuating and their expressions were uncertain. The old man took in everyone's expressions. When he felt that they had calmed down a little, he continued. So, to be honest, this treasure map is a little too much for our auction house alone. Saying that it was a little too much was polite. If it was really as the old man said and a level 9 powerhouse fell inside, then this treasure map would be terrifying. The old man suddenly laughed. His laughter lightened the heavy atmosphere in the auction house. He said, "So this is what we plan to do. In 3 days our auction house will gather people again and prepare to continue fighting for this treasure map. But just our auction house alone is a little too much to handle. We plan to invite all the powerhouses here to join us in 3 days at the South Gate Square of the supply town. Then we will go to the treasure location together and share the treasure." Everyone finally realized that the old man was planning to gather all the powerhouses from the outside world to search for the treasure together. The old man waved his hand and bowed to everyone. "Everyone can spread the news and let more powerhouses come with us. That way the chances of obtaining the treasure will be much higher. As long as you are capable, our auction house will definitely welcome you in 3 days." After the bow, the old man clapped his hands. "Then this auction will end here. For the next few days, our auction house will need to reorganize our team and make some preparations. So for the next few days, our auction house will not be accepting any auction requests. If there is any inconvenience, please forgive us." After he finished speaking, the old man withdrew. As for the people present, each of them had their own thoughts as they slowly withdrew from the auction hall and left the auction hall. Really, should I say that I'm lucky? Or just unlucky? Who would have thought that the first time he participated in an auction in another world, he would encounter such a situation? Should he complain about his own luck? Patting his cheeks, Wu Yan's shoulders slumped. He felt a little weak. "Yan, something's off." Mikoto moved closer to him and whispered in his ear. "She's acting like she's afraid that someone might be eavesdropping on them." It's hard to retort. Mikoto's warm breath blew on Wu Yan's face and ear. It made his ears itch and his heart itch. Glancing at Mikoto's pretty face, Wu Yan almost couldn't resist the urge to kiss her on the cheek. "Yan, can you see anything?" At this moment, Wu Yan's other ear caught a whiff of her unique body fragrance and heat. But this time it made Wu Yan's burning heart go cold. Looking to the side, sure enough, Hinajuku was standing on the other side of him, whispering the same words in his ear. Wu Yan was glad that he was stopped in time. Otherwise, if he really kissed her, Wu Yan didn't know how Sis Cannon would react. But the president would definitely pull her white cherry out. "You too?" His throat moved imperceptibly. Wu Yan pretended to be calm and tried his best to look helpless. "No one will eavesdrop, you don't have to get so close." Hinajuku and Mikoto flinched when they heard that. They looked up and saw Wu Yan's face that is close to zero. Blushing, they quickly jumped away and lowered their heads. Feeling the two fragrances fading away, Wu Yan was a little dazed. A feeling of reluctance and disappointment welled up in his heart. The two girls looked at each other before looking at Wu Yan in tacit understanding. They quickly averted their gazes, and when they saw Liren's puzzled look, they laughed dryly. Chapter 69. Hinajuku dashed to Mikoto's side and stood beside her. Tidying up her chaotic emotions, she put on a serious face and said, "Yen, don't you think this so-called last auction item is a bit strange?" Wu Yan nodded and he started pacing around the VIP room. As he paced around, he asked the two girls, "How is it possible that I didn't find it strange? Anyone with the slightest bit of intelligence would have noticed it." Mikoto sighed and shook her head. "So we're considered lucky, aren't we? Or just unlucky? This is our first time attending an auction and we're already encountering something like this." I've already complained about this matter, so Sis Canon, you don't have to add salt to the wound. Hinajuku was holding little Liren's hand. At this time little Liren was unusually well behaved. Although she couldn't understand what was going on with her little brain, she knew that her brothers and sisters were discussing something important, so they couldn't be disturbed. Chuju stroked Liren's blonde hair and said, I have a feeling that things aren't as simple as that old grandpa said. That old grandpa was referring to the stage 7 old man who hosted the auction. There's definitely more to it than meets the eye. After all, there are too many suspicious points. Mikoto clenched her fists. This kind of action is not suitable for a girl, but when done by Mikoto, it felt very natural. Wu Yan couldn't help but ridicule her. Sure enough, railgun is the epitome of violence. Suspicious points? Chuju turned to look at Mikoto. Her pair of eyes that could speak flashed, expressing her curiosity. Mikoto nodded seriously and stretched out her jade-like hand and made a 3-finger gesture. Her meaning was obvious. 3 points of suspicion, huh? Wu Yan lowered his head and he started thinking about it. Seeing everyone's gaze on her, Mikoto lifted her head and puffed out her chest. Although this action didn't stand out in any way. After all, Sis Canon was flat-chested. Mikoto's expression turned serious and she nodded. Let's not talk about other things first. Let's talk about why the auction house announced the treasure map. Hinajuku blinked her eyes and said, didn't that grandpa say it already? To invite other strong fighters. Is there a need? Mikoto rudely interrupted Hinajuku's words, but the words that came out of her mouth couldn't be refuted. Wu Yan nodded and pondered, indeed there's no need. If they really wanted to invite other strong fighters to go with them, they could have kept the treasure map for themselves. As long as they announced their purpose in the auction house, there would definitely be people who would go. Why would they announce the treasure map? Hinajuku seemed to have understood what Wu Yan said. Tapping her cheeks, Hinajuku continued. Sounds like it's really superfluous. Exposing the treasure map to the public, aren't the people at the auction house afraid that someone will beat them to it? That's the first suspicious point. Mikoto reminded and raised 2 fingers again. The second point of suspicion is that a 9th stage powerhouse couldn't even enter a treasure trove even after risking his life. Aren't they afraid of provoking some uncontrollable powerhouse by announcing such a treasure trove? Chuju understood and said, right, a treasure that a rank 9 fighter couldn't enter even after risking his life would definitely attract a lot of strong fighters, at least rank 7. No, rank 8 is also possible. Or even, if it's a rank 9, it shouldn't be possible. Chuju was interrupted again. This time it wasn't Mikoto but Wu Yan. It's just a rumor from an auction house. I don't know if it's true or not. Why would a rank 9 fighter appear just because of a rumor? Mikoto agreed and said, Yen is right. At least before anyone goes in to test the waters, a rank 9 fighter shouldn't appear. Then a rank 8 fighter might appear too. After being interrupted twice in a row, Hinajuku was a little annoyed. Wouldn't this make her look stupid? But then again, Chuju's words are very likely, very likely. Wu Yan pondered for a while and said with a frown, it's very likely to attract a rank 8 fighter. The people in this auction house aren't idiots. They should know about this. If a rank 8 fighter comes, even if they get the treasure, they will keep it for themselves. At that time, the people in the auction house can't do anything about it, right? There's no way they don't understand this logic. Why would they expose the treasure map? Hinajuku looked at Wu Yan, who is deep in thought, and then she looked at Mikoto, who is equally confused. Hinajuku suggested. Maybe they have some kind of trump card that can deter a tier 8, or maybe the auction house itself has a tier 8. Wu Yan and Mikoto's eyes lit up. Wu Yan clapped his hands and said, yeah, why didn't I think of that? If the auctioneer is a rank 7 fighter, then this auction house must have someone stronger than him. That's only a possibility. Mikoto wasn't as certain as Wu Yan, but her frown loosened a little. Wu Yan and Chuju nodded. Chuju said, then Mikoto, what's the third point? Wu Yan also looked at Mikoto, but Mikoto's eyes were evasive. This made Wu Yan puzzled. Is there something you can't say, Mikoto? Oh. Looking at the hesitant Mikoto, Wu Yan looked at her in confusion. Mikoto's eyes drifted for a while before looking at Wu Yan and Chuju. She said seriously, the third point. I haven't thought of it yet. Wu Yan and Chuju's heads tilted and they fell to the ground together. They couldn't get up anymore. Little Liren was shocked. She quickly helped Chuju up while Mikoto helped Wu Yan up. The two rolled their eyes at Mikoto at the same time. Wu Yan seriously suspected that Sis Cannon's period came and she's going to throw a tantrum at them for no reason. Mikoto smiled sheepishly and put her palms together like she knows she's wrong. At this moment someone knocked on the door. Wu Yan and the rest quickly put on a serious face. Wu Yan took a deep breath and said, "Come in." The door was pushed open. It was the shrewd man who gave Wu Yan the VIP card and helped Wu Yan with the auction. The shrewd man bowed as soon as he entered. "Sir, I'm here to inform you that the gold coins from the auction of the armament have been transferred to your gold card. Sir, you can check if it's correct." Wu Yan took out his gold card. Indeed, the number had changed. The original 200,000 had become 575,000 gold coins. 100,000 gold coins for the pure white crystal. The Kusanagi sword was sold for 500,000 gold coins. As mentioned before, there would be a 5% handling fee, which was 25,000 gold coins. That meant that Wu Yan received 475,000 gold coins. Together with the original 100,000, it was 575,000 gold coins. The number is correct. Sorry to trouble you. This is what I should do, the shrewd man said with a smile. He then took out a box and passed it to Wu Yan. "Sir, this is the item you bid for. I've brought it over for you." Wu Yan blanked out for a bit before happily nodding his head and taking it over. After the shrewd man left, Wu Yan couldn't wait to open the box. The pure white crystal was quietly lying there like an ordinary stone. There was nothing special about it. "This is the crystal that contains life energy?" Chuju, Mikoto and little Liren ran to Wu Yan's side and looked into the box. They stared at the pure white crystal as if they would see flowers if they looked any longer. Placing the box on the table, Wu Yan picked up the pure white crystal. At the same time, the system's unique voice sounded. When he heard the system's voice, Wu Yan's body shook. His eyes widened several times and his mouth was wide open. His face was full of disbelief. Beep. Large amount of life energy detected. Initial calculation, 200,000 summoning points. Would you like to exchange for summoning points? Chapter 70. Beep. Detecting a large amount of life energy. Initial calculation, 200,000 summoning points. Do you wish to exchange for summoning points? This was already the third time the system notification rang in Wu Yan's ears. Normally Wu Yan would be emotionless, but at this moment, it was no different from the sound of nature. However, this sound of nature kept ringing in Wu Yan's ears without the slightest bit of impatience. Even Wu Yan's soul couldn't be pulled back. Maintaining the state of bumping into a ghost, Wu Yan's eyes almost rolled back. Obviously, this huge meat pie had smashed Wu Yan into a muddle-headed state. He couldn't react at all. 200,000 summoning points, what kind of concept is that? Let's not talk about pretty girls first. Although to Wu Yan, that's the most important thing, Mikoto's summoning points were 70,000. The Mikoto summoned with 70,000 summoning points was at level 68, and now she's at level 69. Peak of the 7th rank almost reaching the 8th rank. Then if he used all 200,000 summoning points to summon a girl, then the girl he could summon would be heaven-defying. Although Wu Yan had already decided on the next person he could summon in his heart, and she didn't need 200,000 summoning points, but it was still more than Mikoto. That means she's stronger than Mikoto. Stronger than Mikoto, she's definitely at the 8th rank. Originally, Wu Yan was still planning to go to the Mercenary Union to get some missions. After all, the missions given by the Mercenary Union and the missions given by the system were synchronized. Plus, he wanted to dig out a monster's nest and earn summoning points to summon this girl. But now he didn't need to earn those points himself. The summoning points came just like that. 200,000 summoning points. To summon the girl he wanted to summon, that's definitely more than enough. 100,000 gold coins, just 100,000 gold coins in exchange for such a large amount of summoning points. At this moment, Wu Yan couldn't wait to auction off the rest of his gold coins. As long as there's a second piece, Wu Yan wouldn't hesitate to use all of his gold coins to exchange for it. After a while, Wu Yan woke up from his mental state. A strong sense of joy swept through Wu Yan's heart. Ignoring Chuju and the other two girls who were looking at him strangely, Wu Yan slowly began to dance. A dance that Chuju and the other two girls had never seen before. Wu performed an extremely ugly dance that Wu Yan and the other two girls had never seen before. Hinajiku, Mikoto and Liren looked at each other and then they looked at Wu Yan who's doing yataki steps. Is this guy's brain damaged? Chuju started to seriously doubt herself. Was it really the right choice for her to abandon her parents, sister and friends to be with this retarded guy? Mikoto covered her eyes. Yes, she couldn't bear to watch anymore. So embarrassing. Luckily there's no one else here. If this guy didn't get his ability directly because of me, I would think that he's probably damaged his brain while developing his ability. Hee hee. Liren giggled as she watched Wu Yan's retarded dance. She didn't seem to feel anything wrong if you ignore the large drops of sweat that slid down her forehead. As for Wu Yan, he finally noticed Chuju and Mikoto's disdain. His ugly dance froze. Under the gaze of the three pairs of beautiful eyes, he slowly stopped. Ahem. After a fake cough, Wu Yan's face became serious as if nothing happened. He smiled brightly and said, "Yes, there was a reason just now. I believe you guys can understand me." "No. We can't understand your behavior at all." Chuju and Mikoto didn't even think and said this sentence. What a joke. If we said we understand, then wouldn't it mean that our intelligence is on the same level as this retarded guy? Wu Yan couldn't refute this. He could only stammer, "Yes. I'm too happy. I believe if you guys were me you'd do the same." "No. We would never do the same thing as you, Oniai-chan." This time even Liren followed Chuju and Mikoto and said something slightly different. Wu Yan's face became embarrassed. Even with his face that couldn't be pierced by a mythical armament, he felt a little ashamed. Haha. Seeing Wu Yan's embarrassed expression, the three girls couldn't help but laugh. Wu Yan could only laugh along. Wu Yan knew that at this moment, the corner of his mouth was no longer something he could control. "Okay, I won't laugh at you." Until Wu Yan was about to run away, Chuju took the lead to stop laughing. She said seriously, although her eyes couldn't hide the smile. "Well Yan, let's talk about business." Mikoto patted her stomach that was a little painful from laughing. She smiled at Wu Yan. She can't compare to Chuju but she still couldn't help but want to laugh. Business. Wu Yan, who was thinking about whether to exchange for a sound blocking ability, was stunned by Mikoto's question. He was a little confused. "What business?" Wu Yan asked in a small voice. "Don't tell me your brain is really damaged?" Chuju looked at him with disdain and sighed helplessly. Wu Yan laughed dryly. His mind turned quickly and then he said with uncertainty, "Is it about the treasure map?" Chuju stared at Wu Yan. Her silent gaze made Wu Yan's hair stand on end. As for Mikoto, she started laughing again. Sighing again, Chuju said in a bad mood, "Yan, I really think your brain is damaged. I already said it's business, you still don't understand?" Wu Yan scratched his face and said awkwardly, I think this treasure map. Of course it's not about the treasure map." Plop. Wu Yan fell down in front of Chuju and the other two girls. Hearing the three girls laughing again, Wu Yan almost knelt down in front of the president. "It seems like the president is really treating me like an idiot." Slowly getting up from the ground, Wu Yan glanced at the president who was laughing coquettishly. "I didn't think that Chuju would treat me like this." "That unknowingly?" Chuju said with a smile. She didn't seem embarrassed at all. "Alright, then I would like to ask Kaisha-sama to enlighten me." "What's the matter?" Wu Yan raised his hand helplessly, feeling defeated. To think that I, a dignified otaku with countless shocking deeds, was shocked twice by two girls in one day. Moreover, it's the president and cis canon. This is really humiliating. Of course, it's because of your actions just now. Recalling Wu Yan's ridiculous dance, Kaisha-sama asked in a weird tone. "Just what kind of good news is it that made you so happy?" "Oh." After Kaisha-sama said that, Wu Yan recalled something. He quickly raised the white crystal and when he heard the repeated notification, Wu Yan confirmed that this is the real deal. Licking his lips excitedly, Wu Yan laughed and said, "That's because you don't know the surprise this crystal brought to me." "Alright, this crystal." Mikoto touched the crystal and looked at Wu Yan. "Seeing how happy you were just now, this crystal should be able to be exchanged for a lot of summoning points, right?" "Haha, you won't be able to guess, it's not just a lot." Wu Yan raised the pure white crystal and laughed. "This is a full 200,000 summoning points." 200,000. Chuju and Mikoto finally understood why Wu Yan was so happy. 200,000 summoning points. If they were in his shoes, they would also be overjoyed. Although they wouldn't do the same thing as Wu Yan. Nodding his chin, Wu Yan quickly handed the pure white crystal to the system. Ding. Obtained 200,000 summoning points. After exchanging the pure white crystal for summoning points, Wu Yan finally felt relieved. Clapping his hands in satisfaction, Wu Yan said to Chuju and Mikoto, "The auction is over, let's go back to the hotel." Chuju and Mikoto nodded. Wu Yan brought the three girls out of the VIP room. Chapter 71. On the way back to the inn, Wu Yan's group of four walked slowly with the mentality of having fun. Along the way, Wu Yan heard the whispers of the people around him no less than 100 times. The whispers of passers-by? Usually very few people would pay attention to such things, right? However, Wu Yan couldn't ignore it. This was because they were all talking about the same thing. That was the treasure map of the auction house and the treasure hunt in 3 days. It had only been a short while, yet the news had already spread to such an extent. Wu Yan frowned as he listened to the discussion of a pair of passers-by in front of him. He was deep in thought. It had only been about half an hour since the treasure map was exposed in the auction venue. In just half an hour, this matter had already become a hot topic in the supply town. Wasn't it a little too fast? It seemed that the auction house was behind this and had arranged for people to spread the news quickly. At this thought, Wu Yan's frown deepened. He really didn't understand. Was there a need to go to this extent? Didn't they know that treasuring a jade ring would arouse the envy of others? Were they afraid that they wouldn't be able to gather enough powerhouses? Or did they have other motives? One thing for sure was that the people at the auction house were definitely not idiots. They definitely weren't being generous by sharing the treasure map. Wu Yan didn't believe that they would be so kind as to share the treasure that a 9th stage powerhouse had risked his life for with others. There had to be some kind of conspiracy behind the news that they had a treasure map. In all likelihood, it was just as Chuju had said. They had enough trump cards to deal with all kinds of unexpected situations. Or they had an 8th stage powerhouse. Wu Yan rubbed his temples and smiled bitterly in his heart. Sure enough, comparing intelligence and strategizing wasn't my strong suit. Anyway, he would just have to deal with whatever came his way. Even if this matter wasn't that simple, so what? Wu Yan didn't believe that with the magic of the system and his sufficient points he would be cheated. Plus, he wasn't alone either. Looking at Hinajiku and Mikoto, who are happily walking around in front of him, his furrowed brows unconsciously loosened. Smiling, Wu Yan shook his head and tossed these annoying thoughts to the back of his mind. Then he quickly caught up with her. Yes, he was definitely not alone. In a large hotel in the supply town. This hotel was famous in the supply town. In terms of scale, it was the largest in the supply town. In terms of decorations, it was also the most luxurious. In terms of service, it was the most considerate in the whole supply town. At the same time, it was also the most expensive hotel in the supply town. Therefore, this inn was usually a place where the younger generation of a large family or those with a bit of background would rest. Warriors and magicians who were slightly poorer didn't dare to come here. This was because if they stayed here for a day, they would have to spend all their hard-earned gains from the giant beast's forest. For example, a suite with 1 living room and 2 bedrooms would cost 10 gold coins for 1 night. But no matter which world it was, there would never be a lack of rich people. For example, this suite was booked by a certain nouveau riche without hesitation. The door to the hall was pushed open and Wu Yan's group of 4 walked in. Wu Yan walked in last and closed the door. He looked at Chuju and the other 2 girls who were still talking about what was good and what was beautiful on the street and shook his head in amusement. Sitting down on the sofa, Wu Yan said to Chuju and Mikoto, "Chuju, Mikoto, I'm going to participate in the treasure hunt at the auction." The 2 girls stopped their discussion and sat down beside Wu Yan. Mikoto straightened her skirt. Even though she had found a new set of protective gear, new safety pants, at Hinajika's house, she was still a girl. She didn't dare to act so boldly now. After all, the person sitting in front of her was absolutely shameless. Even if you didn't say it, I would have suggested participating. Mikoto brushed her brown bangs with one hand. Over there, a blue and white electric current that hadn't been there for a long time flashed through her hair. Usually when Mikoto does this, it means she's burning up. You sure have the guts to say that. Seeing Mikoto's actions, how could Wu Yan not know what she's thinking? Other than ridiculing her in his mind, as expected of Railgun who loves excitement and violence more than anything else, That's all he could say. Aren't you afraid of any danger? You should know that this isn't the same as the last time in the monster cave. The boss last time was a level 60 snake demon. But this time, let's not talk about the danger in the treasure hunt. There's also the possibility of people on the same path turning into enemies. There's definitely going to be a lot of level 60 tier 7 monsters. Isn't this better? Mikoto smiled domineeringly. Having strong players means having experience. I think after this trip I should... No. Definitely. I'll definitely reach level 70. Level 70? Looks like Mikoto is still thinking about leveling up all the time. It's probably because of her sisters. Of course that's good. I'm just worried that there'll be so many people that I'll be ganged up on or tripped up. Wu Yan isn't trying to dampen Xianxia's enthusiasm, but he knows that human nature is the hardest to understand. There must be something shameful going on at the auction that they didn't mention. The other people would also be confused by the word treasure. Greed is the original sin. That's true. Even Wu Yan understood the problem. As a level 5 with super high IQ, Xianxia naturally understood it. It's just that her actions are usually faster than her brain. Do you want to plan? Mikoto retracted the electric current on her forehead and looked at Wu Yan with bright eyes. I want to too. Wu Yan got depressed when he heard Mikoto. But we don't know what the auction house is planning. Also, we don't know who will be participating in this mission. How are we going to plan? Are we just going to let it go? Chuju asked Wu Yan. Liren was rubbing her eyes and yawning as if she was about to fall asleep. I said I'm going to participate. Of course I'm not going to let it go. Since we can't come up with a plan, we'll just go with our abilities. At times like this, the brave are invincible. Wu Yan chuckled as he looked at Chuju and Mikoto, who were looking at him expectantly. At this moment Wu Yan felt like his dominance was leaking out. Of course that was just his own feeling. Hinajiku and Mikoto don't know if Wu Yan's words are showing off his domineering aura or not, but they have to admit that Wu Yan's words at this moment can really ignite the flames in their hearts. Especially these two girls full of heroic spirit. Mikoto and Chuju looked at each other and smiled. Obviously Wu Yan's words were to their liking. But... Wu Yan's tone changed as he looked at the two girls who were itching to go. We can't just do nothing. Although we don't know what the situation will be like, according to our previous analysis, a tier 8 combatant will come out. Chuju and Mikoto frowned. Chuju said, that's true. The strongest among us is Mikoto, a peak tier 7. But if she goes up against a tier 8 combatant, it'll be very dangerous. Don't worry, it's not like we don't have any trump cards. Mikoto touched the potion bottle in her bosom. It's the resplendent breath that Wu Yan gave her in exchange for the potion. Looking at Mikoto's actions, Hinajiku also thought of the same thing. She touched the same bottle on her body, and the confidence in her heart instantly increased. Of course, I know we have something we can rely on. But this isn't enough. For this operation, 3 hours is a very short time. Wu Yan rubbed his chin and waved his hand. Then should we exchange for a few more bottles of resplendent breath? Chuju didn't care about anything and directly asked. Liren had already fallen asleep. Well, since they have a tier 8, let's find a tier 8 one of our own. Wu Yan grinned with a glint in his eyes. Find a tier 8 combatant? The two girls were puzzled. Yes. Wu Yan smiled. Summoning points. If we don't use them now, when will we? Chapter 72. That's right. There's still a summon. Mikoto clapped her hands in excitement. They just received a huge sum of summoning points. If they use this sum of points to summon a tier 8 companion, they won't have to worry about anything else. Of course, the fact that she's excited means that she hasn't realized that summoning is not a good thing for her. Because summoning means that Wu Yan's Crystal Palace is going to expand again. Hinajiku quickly nodded and said with a smile. I almost forgot, this time we got 200,000 summoning points. It should be enough to summon a tier 8 companion, right? It seems that even Chuju didn't realize that summoning means the appearance of a love rival. Yes, it's enough. Wu Yan looked at the two girls who are so excited and he let out a sigh of relief. Then he felt a bit strange. Why did he let out a sigh of relief all of a sudden? He can only blame a certain someone for taking the Crystal Palace for granted. If it wasn't for Chuju and Mikoto not realizing something, even if his summoning succeeds, Wu Yan wouldn't have a good ending. When I summon Mikoto, It cost 70,000 summoning points. At that time, Mikoto was already at the peak of Tier 7, which is around level 68. Now 200,000 summoning points is more than enough to summon a level 70 Tier 8 companion. Wu Yan couldn't help but feel excited when he said this. What? Mikoto raised her head in dissatisfaction and said angrily. Only 70,000 summoning points, how can I be that cheap? The system must have made a mistake somewhere to let you get such a big bargain. Wu Yan is speechless when he heard Mikoto. 70k summoning points is considered cheap? That's almost all of my assets back then, Wanisama. Also, 70,000 summoning points is cheap? Then how can the president with 5,000 summoning points endure? As expected, Wu Yan could faintly see the corner of the president's mouth twitching. Her back also darkened a bit. Wu Yan shrunk his head. It would be better if he didn't turn black. In order to prevent the scene from becoming too bloody, Wu Yan could only say, Mikoto, 70,000 isn't cheap. You should know that I spent almost all of my summoning points to summon you. This time, if it wasn't for my good luck that I encountered a crystal that contained life energy, let alone 200,000 summoning points, I don't even know if I could gather 70,000 summoning points. After hearing Wu Yan's explanation, Mikoto put away the oil bottle in her mouth and waved her hand. It's fine, I didn't mind. No, even if you beat me to death, I will not believe that what I saw just now was an illusion. Chuju panted lightly and said absent-mindedly, Yen, 70,000 gold coins can summon a Mikoto that is close to the 8th tier. If it's 200,000 gold coins, can we summon a 9th tier? Even Kaishisama was shocked by her own words. When Wu Yan heard this, he couldn't help but be taken aback. He smiled embarrassedly and said, This I also don't know. Maybe it's because of the accumulated displeasure in her heart, or maybe it's because Wu Yan's irresponsible answer was too unreliable, but Kaishisama raised her voice when she said this. Wu Yan moved his butt back like a coward and avoided her gaze. Because I already decided on who to summon, I didn't consider if 200,000 points is enough to summon a 9th tier. Then why don't you ask the system? Chuju couldn't help but roll her eyes at him. This guy, he was considered reliable in the demon cave. Why is he so unreliable now? I don't think there's a need for that. Wu Yan meekly protested. Since we already decided on who to summon, Tier 8 is more than enough to deal with this situation, there's no need to change it. Wu Yan is digging his own grave by saying this, but he had no choice but to say it out loud. If he really did ask the system and if it's really feasible, he would have to summon a Tier 9. But he had already decided to summon this character. Although the summoning of this character didn't cost as much as 200,000 summoning points, and it was definitely much weaker than a character that could be summoned with 200,000 summoning points. However, compared to this character, strength and whatnot were nothing. However, as mentioned before, Wu Yan's words were seeking death. Chuju looked at Wu Yan's eyes and began to squint dangerously. Chuju stared at Wu Yan and said suspiciously, I say, I'm just asking the system, why are you so against it? Also, even if a Tier 8 was enough, wouldn't a Tier 9 be enough to sweep through the entire battlefield? At that time we'll be even more unscrupulous? Why are you so against it? As she spoke, Chuju stretched out a hand and put it on Wu Yan's shoulder. Chuju revealed a very beautiful smile and said sweetly, Or is there something else in your heart that you can't let others know about? When Chuju put her hand on Wu Yan's shoulder, Wu Yan's body trembled in fear. When the president revealed a smile, he was even more frightened. To him, this unusually attractive and beautiful smile was like the smile of a devil. He couldn't help but look away, appearing very guilty. I just feel that it's not good to judge by strength. No matter what, she's still our future companion. If we eliminate her because there's someone stronger than her, isn't that a bit biased? Wu Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and said forcibly, as if the truth was on his side. Is that so? Even Mikoto is a bit suspicious of Wu Yan's ulterior motives. After all, Wu Yan's behavior is a bit suspicious. Looking at the two girls who could turn into tigresses at any time, Wu Yan only felt the pressure. Can he honestly tell them that the one he's going to summon is an otaku's dream, the legendary otaku goddess who has a great body and is obedient to everyone? She's usually incomparably soft, but when faced with an enemy, she'll transform into a strong queen. Her natural temperament is off the charts. He can push her whenever he wants and she'll softly call him master. If he really said that, the two girls in front of him won't just turn into tigresses, they'll turn into azuras. I feel like you have ulterior motives. Chuju and Mikoto fiercely glared at Wu Yan. But they really can't find any flaws in Wu Yan's words. Although his tone is weak, it's obvious that there's something fishy going on. Well, don't say that. No matter what, she's still a companion that will be together day and night in the future. Although she hasn't been summoned yet, it's too rude of you to say that. Wu Yan said to the two girls with a straight face. As for how much of his expression is real, it's up to him to decide. That's true. When the two girls heard Wu Yan's words, they felt like they were being rude. However, they also felt that something was off. Especially when Wu Yan said that they would get along with each other day and night, they felt like they missed something. Seeing that the two girls were fooled by him, Wu Yan quickly said, "Okay, I'm going to start the summoning. Do you want to go to sleep first or stay and watch?" What do you mean stay and watch? Can't you use a more normal way of saying, stay and watch? This method of changing the topic is called clever. The two girls were once again fooled. After a couple of dry laughs, seeing that the two girls didn't want to pursue the matter, Wu Yan let out a sigh of relief. To prevent any unexpected accidents from happening, Wu Yan didn't even greet her. He pulled up the system list and opened the summon list. Scrolling through the list, he found his target. Ikaros, heavenly object character. Claims to be the angel of entertainment, but is actually the angel of war, the strongest weapon in war. Title, Sky Queen. Summoning points, 100,000. That's right. It's Ikaros. An otaku's dream. A goddess that can be soft and hard, can be touched and looked at, can be pushed and raised. Ikaros. At this moment Wu Yan was panting heavily. In less than 0.01 seconds he clicked on the summoning. Chapter 73. Based on past experience, the summoned character would appear in front of him. Thus, the expectant Wu Yan immediately lifted his head and looked towards the front of the hall. Unfortunately, there was nothing in front of him. What Wu Yan was waiting for was not a girl but a system notification. Beep. The summoned character's memories and emotions are restricted. Do you wish to remove them? Wu Yan couldn't help but be taken aback by the system's prompt. The system also said that the characters Wu Yan summons are all born a day before the start of the storyline. If Wu Yan remembered correctly, Ikaros' memories and emotions were sealed at the start of the original storyline. Otherwise, she wouldn't have introduced herself as the entertainment-type universal angel in her opening speech. A large part of the reason was that her memory had been sealed. And now Wu Yan wants to summon Ikaros from a day before the start of the original storyline. Of course, Ikaros' memories and emotions are still sealed. In the original storyline, another omnipotent angel, Nymph, was the one who removed the seal. However, that happened some time after the start of the storyline. After the system's interruption, Wu Yan also remembered that Ikaros' memories and emotions were sealed. To be honest, he really did forget about it. What Wu Yan didn't expect was for the system to be so considerate. It even came with the ability to remove the seal. This made Wu Yan very satisfied but also very guilty. System, you really are a good person. Oh, a good system. I used to think you were a scam, I'm sorry. Wu Yan thanked the system in his heart. He almost knelt down and shouted, "This subject deserves 1,000 deaths." Beep. Removing the seal on summoned character Ikaros. Additional summoning points required. 6,000 points. In an instant, what satisfaction, what guilt, what good guy card, they were all thrown into the behemoth forest by Wu Yan. His so-called gratitude turned into curses. Fine, it's my fault for thinking that you're considerate. You're still a scam. Damn it, removing a seal requires 6,000 points? You really want to scam me to death. Even the Kaishisama's summoning price isn't that expensive. What's wrong? Even though they don't know what happened, but looking at Wu Yan's face that changed from expectation to realization, to touched and now to dumbfounded and angry, Chuju and Mikoto expressed that they're not only used to this guy with a broken skull, they're numb to it. So they stopped complaining. Phew. Wu Yan retracted his expression and his eyes lost their color as he said stiffly. Oh, nothing much. I'm just about to jump into a hole that I have no choice but to jump into. A few question marks floated above their heads, but Hinajuku and Mikoto didn't ask anymore. Wu Yan's nonsensical and incomprehensible language made them feel like they wouldn't be able to get anything out of him even if they kept asking, so they gave up. Where's the summoning? Where's the person? Mikoto looked around for a while. Other than the three of them and Liren who's already asleep, the hall was empty. She asked with a puzzled face. Chuju was also curious. Among the three of them, she's the only one who hasn't seen a summoned character. Wu Yan has already seen it since he had two summoned characters in front of him. As for Mikoto, she also saw it when Wu Yan summoned her. She's the only one who hasn't seen a character growing out of thin air. Wu Yan rubbed his face and forced a smile. There's a small situation. The summoning failed. Failed? The two girls cried out in surprise, almost waking up little Li Lin from her sleep. Little Li Lin mumbled something and started to turn around. Seeing this, they hurriedly covered their mouths to stop the noise. After confirming that Liren had only turned over and was still sleeping soundly without any intention of waking up, Hinajuku whispered. How did it fail? It's not really a failure. Didn't you say there was a small situation? Speaking of small situation, Wu Yan couldn't help but grit his teeth a little. Since it didn't fail, then hurry up and summon. You're always dragging your feet. Mikoto crossed her arms and said with dissatisfaction. Sigh. Wu Yan sighed and said weakly. Coming. Looking at his character status, the summoning points bar showed 126,000. Wu Yan sighed again. So the system calculated the number of points he had, waving out 6,000 points. Wu Yan pressed summon again. Ding. Summoned character Ikaros's seal has been unsealed. Beep. Due to summoned character Ikaros's equipment universal card not conforming to the system's rules, all items will be handed over to the system for free. Thank you for your generosity. Why do I suddenly feel like hitting someone? Scratching his hair like crazy, Wu Yan helplessly groaned. He wanted to cry but no tears came out. Even though Wu Yan knew that it was understandable that such a heaven-defying item like the universal card was confiscated, but Wu Yan was still pissed. Especially when the system said, thank you for your generosity, at the end, it made him want to go crazy. No, he already went crazy. In the originally silent hall, a golden light suddenly flashed in front of Wu Yan and the girls. The intense light made Wu Yan and the girls squint their eyes and raise a hand to block it. The strong light lasted for a while before it dimmed a bit. A tall and slender figure appeared in front of Wu Yan and Ko from the dimming light. Seeing this figure, the expressions of the three girls were completely different. Wu Yan's expression was already starting to get excited, while Chuju and Mikoto were stunned. Because they really couldn't find words to express their feelings at this moment. She had short pink hair that barely covered her ears. Her face was so delicate that there was nothing extra on it. Her tightly shut eyes added a sense of calmness and serenity to her face that didn't seem to belong to this world. She was wearing an extremely revealing white armor. The top half of her body was barely covered. There were 2 shoulder pads on her shoulders and her arms were covered with wrist guards. The lower half of her body was covered with a battle skirt. Her white and shiny silver legs did not have a trace of excess fat, allowing the girl's tall and slender figure to be fully displayed. What surprised the 2 girls the most was the light pink wings on the girl's back. She's basically an angel that fell from the heavens. So beautiful. The 2 girls still haven't relaxed their dazed expression. The words, so beautiful, came out of their mouths unconsciously. While you can't blame them, you can only say that under the light that hasn't completely disappeared, the angel-like Ikaros is really too beautiful. Wu Yan's expression was also very exaggerated. 2 kelp-like tears were hanging on his face. His expression is really touched. The light completely dissipated while Wu Yan and the girls were all preoccupied with their own thoughts. Ikaros also completely appeared in front of Wu Yan and the girls, but her eyes were still tightly shut. When Ikaros completely appeared in front of everyone, the 3 of them froze at the same time. Chuju and Mikoto's jaws dropped. Looking at the 2 huge mounds in front of the angelic girl's chest not far from them, they were petrified. Wu Yan's eyes protruded, his eyes were wide open, his neck slowly stretched out. He just wanted to get closer to the ideal sky ravine, even if it's just a little bit. Tall figure? No, that's also very attractive, but in front of those 2 sacred peaks, it's just a floating cloud. No matter what the 3 of them are thinking, at least this angelic girl who just descended, Ikaros won't be able to know about it. A tiny ray of light suddenly shot out from the angelic girl's body. In a blink of an eye, it shot into Wu Yan's body and connected the 2 of them. After the heartbeat adjustment process was completed, the ray of light turned into a ball of light and merged into Wu Yan's body. When the consciousness returned to the body's functions started working again, the inexplicable memories were organized. The angelic girl's eyes slowly opened. Chapter 74. Like a newborn animal, the angelic girl's eyelids fluttered. She tried very hard to open her eyes at a very slow speed. Indigo-colored eyes appeared under her eyelids, but they were calm like an ancient well. The autumn water-like pupils made her look a little stiff. She opened her eyes and looked forward. The first thing she saw after opening her eyes was the scene in front of her. And then she saw it. She saw Wu Yan's excited and expectant expression. She saw Liren sleeping soundly with a smile on her face. She saw Chuju and Mikoto's dazed expression. She didn't know what hit them. She looked at them for a moment before fixing her eyes on Wu Yan. The wings on her back spread open in an instant, and a few feathers flew out with the movement of the wings. They fell gently above her, once again forming an extremely beautiful scene. Ikaros flapped her wings twice, her feet started to leave the ground. She floated in the air and flew in front of Wu Yan, giving the other three a shock. Almost at the same time as she landed, Ikaros's rosy lips parted and a soft and stiff voice came out. Engraving. Begin. Following Ikaros's words, her eyes flashed with a glint of formula. Then nothing happened. Wu Yan. Chuju. Oh. Ikaros. The hall fell into silence. Wu Yan's trio thought Ikaros was going to do something. But after looking around for a while, nothing happened. They turned back to Ikaros and didn't say anything. After a short moment of silence, under the gaze of Wu Yan's trio, Ikaros, who had been expressionless since her appearance, her expression didn't change. But now her eyes started to show signs of panic. Raising her hand to touch her neck, Ikaros felt her skin. In her memory, the collar that she had been wearing around her neck since she gained consciousness had disappeared. Ikaros touched her smooth neck. Her expression didn't change, but the panic in her eyes grew. Gone. Ikaros muttered. There was a rare trace of emotion in her voice. After sorting out the information that suddenly appeared in her mind, Ikaros knew that she was no longer in the same world as she was before. But to Ikaros, this isn't a big deal. To her, she's just a tool for a new master, obeying her new master's orders, that's all. As for where she was, she didn't need to care at all. In her settings, as long as she saw the person who summoned her, put on the collar, inscribed it on the master, and gave her everything to the master. Then she would listen to all the master's orders. All of this is a matter of course. But right now she can't help but panic. The collar is gone, the engraving can't be done, she can't have a master anymore. All of this happened so suddenly in her not-so-developed emotional system, she didn't know what to do. Without a master, she can't receive orders, she doesn't know what to do, then she, the girl in front of him, may be as calm as an ancient well without any change in her expression, but how could he not see the endless confusion in her eyes? Looking at this beautiful girl, Wu Yan's excitement slowly receded and was replaced by infinite pity. As an artificial angel, Ikaros was created as a weapon. You could say that since she was born, her everything was her master. Everything she did was according to her master's orders. Her master told her to fight, so she's been fighting her whole life. She's not nymph or Astrea, Ikaros' emotional system is too low. But that doesn't mean she doesn't have feelings. On the contrary, in Ikaros' mind, once she expresses her feelings, they're the purest and truest. Too bad she doesn't have the ability to make judgments on her own. In other words, she can't make judgments for herself. The disappearance of the collar made her, who had always relied on the program settings to move, at this moment, she didn't know what to do, so she started to feel lost. She was like a helpless little girl. Under Hinajiku and Mikoto's unreadable expressions, Wu Yan grinned and reached out his hand to hold Ikaros' head. Ikaros, who is still in a daze, felt the sudden warmth on her head. She lifted her head and looked at Wu Yan, who is still smiling. Gently caressing Ikaros' beautiful pink hair, looking into her watery eyes, Wu Yan's voice sounded so gentle. Ikaros. Moving his hand to her neck little by little, Wu Yan smiled. Hey Ikaros, do you know why your collar disappeared? Shaking her head, Ikaros stared at Wu Yan without moving. That's because our lives are already intertwined and we can't be separated anymore. This relationship is thousands of times more important than the relationship established by that stupid necklace. That's why the system removed it, because there's no need for it to exist since our lives are intertwined. Retracting his hand, he rubbed Ikaros's head again and he grinned. Everything that is yours is already mine. So, there's no need to be confused. Ikaros stared blankly at Wu Yan, her eyes gradually brightened up. She didn't know when, but the confusion in her eyes disappeared without a trace. Ikaros's eyes became calm again. Looking at Wu Yan, Ikaros said, "Yes." Retracting her wings into a pair of small palm-sized wings, Ikaros looked at Wu Yan and spoke softly. "I'm Strategic Angel Ikaros, nice to meet you, my master." Tilting his head, Wu Yan smiled and waved. "Ikaros, I'm Wu Yan, please take care of me from now on." "Yes, master." The two cat ears beside her ears swayed slightly, Ikaros said blankly. Wu Yan nodded. Just as he was about to say something, two slender hands patted his shoulder at the same time. Wu Yan turned around in confusion. The scene in front of him almost made him pee his pants. Behind him, Kaishasama and Sis Cannon were standing there, each with an outstretched hand on his shoulder. Chuju and Mikoto's lips twitched as they looked at him. Their yellow-green and brown eyes emitted a dangerous signal. Wu Yan couldn't stay calm anymore. Aren't you going to explain yourself?" Kaishasama clenched her other hand, ready to summon Shiro Sakura at any time. Wu Yan shrunk his shoulders, but he was restrained by the two girls. He could only laugh dryly. Explain what? Explain what?" Mikoto's hand on Wu Yan's shoulder was about to pinch hard. She forced a smile. "Don't tell me you don't want to explain," pointing at Ikaros, Mikoto shouted. "Why did she call you master?" There's a reason. It's an irresistible reason." Wu Yan's heart was thumping hard, forcing an ugly smile. Wu Yan stuttered. "An irresistible reason? Then why do I feel like it's natural for you to hear it?" Chuju sneered. "Or, did you already know it would be like this before you summoned her?" Cherry blossoms danced in the air, curling around Chuju's palm. A crystal longsword was conjured out of Chuju's hand. Her bangs moved up and down, blue and white sparks flashed on her forehead, making crackling sounds. Wu Yan's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. Chapter 75. Yen. Chuju hugged Wu Yan, looking at him with watery eyes. Then she closed her eyes and moved her lips closer. Wu Yan swallowed a mouthful of saliva and slowly moved his mouth closer. Yen. At this time, another pair of hands wrapped around Wu Yan's waist. Wu Yan hurriedly opened his eyes to see Mikoto's moist eyes. She licked her lips and copied Chuju, pouting her cherry lips. Her meaning was obvious. Wu Yan hugged left and right, blissful beyond belief. Looking at Chuju, then at Mikoto, he didn't know which one to kiss first. Instantly he fell into a peach blossom dilemma. "Master." Another voice, soft and gentle, rang in Wu Yan's ears. At the same time, a pair of wonderful softness pressed against Wu Yan's back, causing Wu Yan's heart to skip a beat. Turning his head, what entered his eyes was Ikaros' naturally dazed face. She was hugging Wu Yan's waist from behind, so if Wu Yan slightly lowered his head, he would be able to see a pair of plump Saintus peaks. Looking at Ikaros's expression, Wu Yan's breathing started to become rough. Just when Wu Yan was about to push Ikaros down, two deep demonic voices that seemed to come from the depths of hell made Wu Yan's thoughts disappear without a trace. Turning his head stiffly like a machine, Wu Yan saw a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. With white cherry in hand, Hinajiku's face had turned completely black. Her background had also turned completely black. Most importantly, white cherry's crystal-like blade had turned completely black. Mikoto lowered her head, her hair and clothes fluttered despite the lack of wind. The electric current flowed through her body at an unprecedented speed. What made Wu Yan even more terrified is that the electric current flowing through Mikoto's body is also black. But black. Wu Yan couldn't help but take 2 steps back, looking at Chuju and Mikoto in horror. The two completely black women, holding a black hatchet and black electricity, roared at Wu Yan with a ferocious expression. "You're a womanizer who's helping others. Accept your death." In an instant, Wu Yan's head was chopped off. His body was also electrolyzed into slag. In a hotel room, Wu Yan abruptly opened his eyes and sat up. The blanket on his body had already been flung away by him. Wearing pajamas so thick that juice could be wrung out of it, his face is covered in sweat. Gasping for air, he looked around, and when he found himself in a hotel room, he let out a sigh of relief. So it was a dream. Wiping the sweat off his face, Wu Yan tried his best to adjust his breathing. His heart was filled with joy. It was a dream, it was all a dream. I knew it, Chuju and Mikoto are so kind, how could they kill me with a hatchet? So it was all a dream. Wu Yan sat on the bed and comforted himself, but the more he spoke, the more guilty he felt. This dream won't come true. When he thought of himself being killed by a hatchet, Wu Yan felt like his throat was on fire. He was incomparably thirsty. Oh, it's just a dream. That's right. It's just a dream. Laughing dryly, Wu Yan shook his head violently. He kept repeating this sentence in an attempt to hypnotize himself. Master, wow. A hatchet appeared. A voice made Wu Yan scream in fear. He pulled the blanket over his head and shivered. Hoo, I won't do it again, don't hatchet me please. The weak voice echoed in the blanket. Wu Yan's body trembled more and more. Don't hatchet me, I'm not your master, so please don't hatchet. The begging voice suddenly stopped. Wu Yan was stunned. He finally realized what he heard. Master. Sticking his head out of the blanket like a turtle, Wu Yan fearfully looked towards the source of the voice, then he froze again. Ikaros. Looking at Ikaros lying on the bed, Wu Yan called out in surprise. Yes, master. Ikaros lifted her body, her full chest jiggling up and down because of her movement. Wu Yan's eyes widened, his thirst increased. Do you have any orders? Ikaros didn't realize how seductive her actions were. She just stared blankly at Wu Yan and said. Evil thoughts surged in his mind. Wu Yan looked at the alluring Ikaros. Hearing her words, Wu Yan's blood rushed towards a certain direction. Morning is usually the time when men are the most excited. Wu Yan is also a man. But at this time, an incomparably beautiful girl with a great body who will listen to him absolutely said, Do you have any orders? How could Wu Yan not have evil thoughts? Feeling a certain part of his body hard to the point of discomfort, Wu Yan looked at Ikaros with shining eyes and was about to give his orders when the dream from earlier suddenly flashed through Wu Yan's mind. Like a tiger shaking off lice, all evil thoughts disappeared in a blink of an eye. His lower body also softened. The excessive request he was about to say was swallowed back down by Wu Yan, almost choking him to death. Cough, 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 cough. Even though he didn't choke to death, his chest was still blocked, causing Wu Yan to cough non-stop until he almost coughed to death. Master. Looking at Wu Yan's desperate coughing, Ikaros's ears twitched and her head tilted. She can feel that her master is having a hard time, but she doesn't know what to do to make him happy, so she can only stand there and watch Wu Yan's coughing. Even though Ikaros's expression is still blank, Wu Yan can guess what she's thinking and quickly waved his hand. It's fine, it's just a cough, it's not a big deal. Yes, master. Since Wu Yan said so, Ikaros can only obey. Patting his chest, Wu Yan took a deep breath and looked up at Ikaros, asking weakly. Ikaros, what's the matter? Tilting her head again, Ikaros opened her bright indigo eyes and stared at Wu Yan without blinking, as if thinking about how to answer. After a long while, she finally squeezed out a word. Nothing, nothing. Obviously, Wu Yan's brain couldn't wrap itself around the situation, repeating Ikaros's words, speechless. If there's nothing, then why are you in my room, Ikaros? Last night, Chuju and Mikoto gave him a good beating. Wu Yan's face was all bruised and swollen. It took a lot of persuasion to convince them to let him go. After that, Chuju and Mikoto gave Wu Yan a beating, which made Ikaros think that they wanted to hurt Wu Yan. He almost pulled out Apollo and shot at them. In a hurry, he explained everything again to convince Ikaros that Chuju and Mikoto were playing around with good intentions. Wu Yan almost died from exhaustion. After some deep conversation, Hinajuku and Mikoto also realized Ikaros's naivety. After that, Ikaros was dragged into a room by the two girls. Who knows what they were up to, that's why Wu Yan said that. Too bad. Ikaros was stunned for a while before replying to Wu Yan. Ikaros came to watch Master sleep. Watch me sleep. Stunned, Wu Yan scratched his face and pulled off his blanket. Sitting in front of Ikaros, he asked curiously. What do you want to watch me sleep for? What do I want to? Ikaros seemed to be thinking about something, but there's no change in her expression. Just watch Master sleep. twitching his mouth. Wu Yan sighed. He understood Ikaros, but sometimes she's really hard to understand. What's so nice about watching me sleep? If you watch me sleep, don't you need to sleep as well? Sleep. Lowering her head, Ikaros said softly. Ikaros doesn't need to sleep. Doesn't need to sleep? Doesn't need to sleep. That's right, as a man-made omnipotent angel, Ikaros can't sleep. Glancing at Ikaros, who's staring at him blankly, Wu Yan reached out to stroke her head. Gotta think of a way to solve Ikaros's problem of not being able to sleep. Otherwise, Ikaros would be too pitiful if she had to spend the night alone. Chapter 76. In the other room, Chuju and Mikoto woke up as well. They woke up little Liren and she started to wash up and get dressed while yawning. Most girls have to dress up after waking up. After all, they like to look pretty. However, this standard can't be applied to Kaisha-sama and Railgun. Although they are also girls, their personalities are more masculine. The two girls just tidied up their hair and clothes and ended what would be a long personal time for other girls. When they walked out of the room and came to the living room, the scene in front of them made them stunned. Yo, you're awake. Wu Yan was sitting there. When he saw the three girls come out, he called them over. At the same time, his hands didn't stop moving and he quickly stuffed the food on the table into his mouth. You. Chuju and Mikoto exclaimed exaggeratedly. They pointed at Wu Yan with trembling fingers. Their faces looked like they've seen a ghost. This made Wu Yan's heart twitch a few times. I say, what's with that look like you've seen a ghost? The corner of his mouth twitched. Wu Yan was about to flip the table. You're really Yan? Not someone else in disguise? Chuju's words made Wu Yan lose his composure. I say, what are you guys suspecting? Are you that surprised to see me? Wu Yan felt like he wanted to bite someone. He's really pissed off. Anyone who went through a scene like that would feel a little weird. While they were talking, Chuju and Mikoto pulled little Liren, who was curiously looking at Ikaros, to sit beside Wu Yan. Chuju glanced at the breakfast on the table and said, of course we're surprised. Mikoto also snorted and said, you know you're a lazy person. If it's not past 10 o'clock you'll never wake up. Wu Yan raised his eyebrows and retorted, how could that be? When I was the housekeeper of Chuju's house, I woke up early every day. Hearing Wu Yan's words, Chuju immediately curled her lips in disdain and said snappily, you still dare to say that? During that period of time I was the one who lifted your quilt and woke you up. If I didn't wake you up, I think you even forgot to go to class. Suddenly Wu Yan was speechless. Snickering, Chuju picked up a piece of bread from the table and took a bite. She frowned and Mikoto did the same. Where did this bread come from? After the second bite, Chuju and Mikoto put down the bread in their hands at the same time and said with dissatisfaction. It seems like the taste of this bread is not to their liking. What happened? Wu Yan picked up the third piece of bread and took big bites. He said strangely, it's from the hotel. Isn't it delicious? I think it's not bad. Didn't you make it, Yan? Oh please. Wu Yan couldn't help but roll his eyes and said, this is a hotel. There's service here. Why do you have to make it yourself? Hearing this, the two girls became depressed again. Hinajiku even whispered, but you've always been the one doing it. I'm not a professional chef. Wu Yan raised his hand and said loudly. It seems like these two ladies are treating him as their personal chef. Sai, what should we do now? Chuju pointed at the bread on the table and said in distress, after eating Wu Yan's dishes, ordinary dishes don't taste good anymore. Indeed, Kaishizama was raised by Wu Yan for a month. Don't forget, Wu Yan has the cooking master ability. During that month, Chuju ate Wu Yan's dishes every day. Her appetite has long been spoiled. Now the food made by the hotel is a bit hard to eat. Even Mikoto is the same. Only little Liren, who hasn't eaten Wu Yan's food, is eating with relish. Knowing this, Wu Yan can't help but ridicule in his heart. The breakfast made by the famous noble hotel in this supply town is called ordinary by you. This makes the hotel owner, who paid a high price to hire a famous chef, feel bad. However, Wu Yan is a bit pleased with himself. Now you know you can't leave this, brother. It's all your fault, Yan. You made the food so good that now we can't eat other people's food. Mikoto gritted her teeth and glared at Wu Yan. Swallowing the last bite of the bread, Wu Yan could only helplessly say, just make do with it, aren't you hungry? To be honest, Kaisha-sama and Sis Cannon are a bit hungry. At that moment, they could only unwillingly pick up the bread on the table and eat it with wrinkled faces. At this moment, beside Chuju, little Liren, who has been curiously looking at Ikaros since she came out of the room, finally spoke. As she chewed on the bread, she looked at the motionless Ikaros behind Wu Yan and asked in her baby voice, "Who is this beautiful big sister?" Wu Yan, Chuju and Mikoto flinched. Only then did they remember little Liren hasn't seen Ikaros before. "Oh right, Ikaros." Chuju and Mikoto turned to look at Ikaros, feeling a bit embarrassed. Because they had completely ignored Ikaros just now. Ikaros can only blame herself for standing obediently behind Wu Yan and not saying anything. Of course, it's not to say that Ikaros' presence is low. On the contrary, even if Ikaros doesn't speak, it's hard not to notice her. After all, Ikaros is too pretty. If Ikaros is a ripe peach, then Chuju and Mikoto are green apples. After all, Chuju and Mikoto are 14 and 15 respectively. Their bodies haven't fully matured yet. Even if they have good looks compared to Ikaros, there's still a small gap. Of course, that's only for now. Once these two tsundra half-lowly grow up, it'll be hard to say. And this is after Wu Yan told Ikaros to wear a normal girl's clothes to cover up her wings. Otherwise, she'd be even more conspicuous. But since she just joined last night, it's understandable that she didn't notice. "Beautiful big sister, why are you ignoring Liren? Do you hate Liren?" Seeing Ikaros just staring blankly at her without answering her question, little Liren weakly asked. "Ha, little Liren, don't mind her. It's not that Ikaros is ignoring you, it's just that Ikaros isn't good at communicating with others." Wu Yan looked at little Liren's pitiful face and could only say so. He's not going to say that he's just attracted by her cuteness. Mikoto looked at Ikaros and suddenly asked, "Ikaros, did you wake up early? I didn't see you when I woke up, so I thought you'd gone somewhere." Finally realizing that everyone was talking about her, Ikaros slowly turned to look at Wu Yan and whispered, I went to Master's room." As soon as he heard Ikaros' answer, Wu Yan's heart screamed not good. If Chuju and Mikoto knew that Ikaros stayed in his room the whole night, he'd die a horrible death. Absolutely. Just thinking about the dream of being chopped up by a chopper, Wu Yan's heart jumped. Wu Yan quickly interrupted, "Oh right, Chuju and Mikoto, we're going to go treasure hunting the day after tomorrow. What's the plan for little Liren?" Have to say this topic was changed very well. Chuju looked at Liren and hesitantly said, "This? I also." Too bad. Before Chuju could finish, little Liren stood up and shouted, "I want to go too." "No. Little Liren, the place we're going to this time is very dangerous." Mikoto immediately objected when she heard Liren's words. "No matter what, little Liren is just a weak little girl. I don't care. I want to go." Liren hugged Hinajiku tightly, her voice choked with sobs. "Chujinasan, Oniisan, don't leave Liren behind. I don't want to leave you guys." "Yen." Chuju didn't know what to do while hugging little Liren. Wu Yen sighed and pondered, "Let's bring her along. We don't have any other plans. I think we can still protect her." Mikoto could only nod at Wu Yan's words. Liren's tears turned into laughter and she cheered happily. Looking at all the girls, Wu Yan murmured, "Now all that's left is to wait." Chapter 77. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Supply Town's southern plaza. This is the largest plaza in the southern part of the town. If you continue walking forward, you'll reach the southern exit of the town. Even though this plaza is big, it's not the way to the behemoth forest. Also, it's not the main entrance. That's why there aren't many people here. But today this place is packed with people. It's literally a sea of people. Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros, and little Liren are standing at an inconspicuous corner of the plaza. Looking at the huge crowd in front of them, they're speechless. There's at least 10,000 people here. Looks like the news from the auction house spread like wildfire these days. It's not like there's nothing to gain. Wu Yan looked at the endless stream of people. Looking at the small groups, large groups, and even mercenary groups, he couldn't help but frown. Because if they found the so-called treasure, everyone here might. No, it was certain that they would all become their enemies. Wu Yan doesn't believe that anyone here would be kind enough to share the treasure they found. Looks like a lot of families and mercenary groups sent people here to get involved in this mess. Mikoto's eyes flashed with an inexplicable light as she looked around the plaza. Of course, Mikoto isn't counting the number of people here. She's not that bored. Right now, Mikoto is using the system to detect everyone's strength. Even though Chuju is carrying little Liren, she's doing the same thing. The light in her eyes didn't stop moving. Chuju's face is tense as she said with a dignified face. From so many, Wu Yan's group hasn't been in this spalier world for long. Even Wu Yan, who came here first, only stayed for a few months. He's not familiar with this place. Those clans, mercenary groups, he doesn't know any of their names. Even if he could use the system's perception to detect the names of the people here, he wouldn't bother trying to memorize them. After all, there are tens of thousands of people here. However, probing his strength was absolutely necessary. Because they might become enemies. Those below the 5th stage were almost innumerable, and the number of 5th stage experts was quite large. However, these people were not enough to pose a threat to Wu Yan's group. Wu Yan's group did not care about them. What really made Wu Yan concerned were those who could pose a threat to them. Almost 100 stage 6 people. Chuju looked at Wu Yan and said. Rank 7, 15 of them. Mikoto pursed her lips and turned to Wu Yan. No one at the 8th level has appeared yet. Wu Yan frowned and glanced at the crowd. Mikoto squinted her eyes and resisted the urge to release electricity. Her lips curled up and she said, so many strong fighters, seriously, you're excited, right? Wu Yan rolled his eyes at Mikoto and said in an exasperated tone. Oh, we are trying to estimate how many people can pose a threat to us. Look at you, you're the one getting excited first. You should know that there are more than 100 people here who can deal damage to us. You said there are more than 100 people here, but there's not a single one who can pose a threat to me. Mikoto touched her bangs and smiled. Although there are 15 people above level 60, the highest level here is still me. I'm level 69. They're not a threat to you, but they're a threat to us. Wu Yan shrugged and waved his hand. I'm only level 50. There are more than 100 people here who can deal with me. Not to mention Mikoto, you're the highest level here. You're not afraid of a one-on-one fight, but what about a group fight? Alright, I'm just saying. Do you think I don't know? Really, why are you being so serious? Mikoto's original hot-bloodedness was crushed by Wu Yan's words. She felt that this guy in front of her was really annoying. Alright, we still have Ikaros here, don't worry. Chuju interrupted the two's conversation and said snappily. If they're worried about this with their level of strength, then wouldn't I be trembling in fear? That's true, we still have Ikaros here. Wu Yan turned to look at the expressionless Ikaros who was staring blankly at him. Wu Yan felt relieved. If Mikoto had to worry about being ganged up on since there are more than a dozen people here who are at the same level as her, then Ikaros has no such worries. Wu Yan can say with certainty that even if everyone here came at her together, they wouldn't be a match for Ikaros. Group battles and whatnot are completely useless against Ikaros, who is a strategic all-purpose angel with a bunch of lethal weapons on her. Ikaros is an existence that can destroy an entire civilization. Not to mention they're not to be trifled with either. Character. Wu Yan abilities. Sword Mastery, Cooking Mastery, Complete Memory, Chaotic Return to Horizon Dance, Electromaster, LV4. Equipment. Shana of the Holy Temple C rank. Dragon Armor C rank. Summons. Misaka Mikoto Gui Chuju Ikaros Equipment Points. 21,000 Item Points. 810000 Ability Points. 101000 Summoning Points. 120000 Level. 50 Character. Misaka Mikoto Ability. Electromaster, LVL5, Strength. C Endurance. C Agility. B Spirit, Equipment. None Level. 69, Character. Gui Chuju Ability. None Strength. C Endurance. D Agility. C Spirit. C Equipment. White Cherry D Rank. Level. 35, Character. Ikaros Ability. Sky Queen Mode Strength, A Endurance. B Agility. B Spirit, A Equipment. Artemis Permanent Homing Missile, C Rank. Aegis Absolute Defense Circle, C Rank. Apollon Apollo, C rank. Uranus System, B rank. Level 77. Wu Yan silently put away the status list. He glanced at the Tier 7 leaders at the front of the group and he grinned. Even though he's on the same level as Chuju, he's not considered one of the strongest here. There are more than 100 people who are higher level than him, and who knows how many are higher than Chuju. But on Wu Yan's side there's Mikoto. At the very least, Mikoto is the strongest in the group of Tier 8. Of course, Wu Yan's biggest worry is Ikaros. Level 77. Wait. Even among Tier 8 she's definitely one of the best. In addition to that, there's a list of equipment that makes Wu Yan's heart tremble. Wu Yan believes that Ikaros is definitely the strongest in the group of Tier 8. Even if a Tier 9 comes they won't have a good time. Because aside from the 3C rank equipment, Ikaros still has AB rank equipment. Gold armament. That's something that only Tier 9 elites have the qualifications to use. That's something that even Wu Yan doesn't have. That's something that even a Tier 8 elite doesn't have. With an armament of this level in this group of people without Tier 9 elites, who's going to be the strongest? Even if it's other equipment, it's still not to be underestimated. There's also a gap between C rank equipment. Just like a person of the same tier, a person of the same tier, a person of the same tier, a person of level 60 and a person of level 69, how big is the gap between them? It's the same for equipment. Even if they're both C rank, there's still a gap between rare armaments. For example, Wu Yan's 2 rare armaments, the Holy Temple Veil is probably in the middle tier, while the Spiritual Dragon Armor is in the upper tier. And Ikaros's Permanent Homing Missile and Absolute Defense Circle are in the upper tier. Apollo is even more exaggerated, it's AC rank. But Wu Yan asked the system Ikaros's Apollo, although its AC rank, is infinitely close to AB rank. Super high level, super strong equipment, it's what created this heaven-defying girl. That's why there's only 5 people on his side, including a little lowly who can't help at all and can only be a mascot. But Wu Yan isn't afraid of anyone. Even if their numbers can't be compared to those mercenary groups or big clans that have hundreds and thousands of people, their quality is definitely not worse than any of those groups. In addition, Wu Yan used 70,000 item points to exchange for some items last night. Wu Yan doesn't believe that he'll return empty-handed from this treasure hunting trip. Simply put, Wu Yan is starting to burn. Chapter 78. Just as the people in the square were chatting away, the sound of a gust of wind suddenly entered everyone's ears. The whistling wind came down from the sky, blowing the whole square. Some of the lighter ones even had to grab onto their companions to avoid being blown away. A gust of wind is harmless, but for the women they weren't so lucky. Although the wind wasn't strong enough to blow them away, but it did blow their clothes into a mess. The female warriors were fine, after all they're still women, but they're still warriors, so they'll at least wear 1 or 2 pieces of light armor. The rare female magi on the other hand had it bad. Most of the female magi wore light robes, and the gust of wind blew their clothes up, causing their skirts to flutter even more. It was a feast for the eyes of the male companions, and at the same time, the whole square was filled with gasps of surprise. The male crowd was cheering loudly in their hearts, feeling incomparable happiness. They felt that this trip wasn't in vain, and Wu Yan was also a part of this happiness. The 3 girls and 1 lowly beside him also had their skirts fluttering up. Chuju and Mikoto held their skirts tightly, not letting themselves be exposed. Even if they were exposed, Wu Yan wouldn't want to look, after all they're wearing safety pants. The little lowly Liren on the other hand is a bit interesting. She's wearing cute little panties, but Wu Yan only caught a glimpse of her before her skirt was covered up by the daisies that are also pressed into her skirt. The one that really made Wu Yan secretly happy is Ikaros. This natural all-rounder angel doesn't have any scruples at all. The wind blew her skirt up high, revealing her white little cutie. But she didn't know how to cover it up, she just stood there looking at Wu Yan, wondering what's so good about Wu Yan. Hinajiku and Mikoto are busy with their own business, so they didn't pay attention to Ikaros. Wu Yan moved his feet and blocked Ikaros so that no one can see her figure. Then he widened his eyes and stared at Ikaros's lower body. While Wu Yan was enjoying himself, Ikaros's eyes only flashed twice before returning her gaze to Wu Yan. He didn't move at all, just like a statue. Soon, the culprit that caused this gust of wind appeared in front of everyone's eyes. To be more precise, it appeared in the air above everyone. A strangely shaped ship slowly descended from the sky above the square. Standing at the bow of the ship was the old man who presided over the auction last time. A ship can fly. Chuju cried out in surprise. Luckily, the wind was very strong, so other than Wu Yan's group, no one else heard what Chuju said. Otherwise, it would have attracted a lot of attention. After all, this strange flying ship is one of the Spalier world's main means of transportation. There's not many people who haven't seen it before. If Chuju's words were heard by others, they would have looked at her like she's an alien or a country bumpkin. Wah! It's an airship. It's an airship. Liren raised both her hands and shouted, she seems to have seen this airship before. Is that an airship from this world? Although I heard Feifei mention it before, it's a bit different from a ship. Wu Yan rubbed his chin, recalling Feifei's words. He suddenly realized. Actually, it's not just the appearance that's different from a ship. It's not like a normal ship just because it can fly. The airship slowly descended, and the people below the airship immediately scattered like birds and beasts. They didn't want to be crushed into a persimmon. Thus, the airship stopped in the open space in front of everyone's eyes. Due to the airship's large size, it's almost a quarter of the square, so when it stopped in the square without any hindrance, the people in the square felt a bit crowded. The old man from the auction house stood at the front of the airship with his hands behind his back. Looking like an immortal, Wu Yan secretly scolded him for being pretentious. The old man looked at the large number of people below, nodded with satisfaction, laughed a few times and then said, everyone, since you're here, you must be ready to go treasure hunting with us, right? This old man here would like to say welcome to all of you. Let's have a pleasant cooperation, and I also hope that everyone will have a fruitful journey in the future. Then next I will explain some things that we need to explain on this trip. Originally, this old man didn't have the chance to explain it to everyone. After all, there are many people here who are of the same rank as me, or experts from various large families. However, since this trip was initiated by our auction house, then I will be thick-skinned and show off in front of everyone. Listening to the old man's words, Wu Yan only felt speechless. You clearly know that there are many people of the same rank and from large families and mercenary groups here, yet you keep on nagging. Can't you see that these people are already a bit annoyed by your high and mighty attitude? And you don't even cut to the chase. Isn't this showing off? Do you really want to be scolded? Perhaps he heard Wu Yan's ridicule. The old man coughed twice, cleared his throat and shouted, everyone, this time the treasure location we are heading to is the Small Ring Mountain Range. Small Ring Mountain Range? Wu Yan took out the map book on his body and began to flip through it. Seeing this, Chuju, Mikoto and little Liren immediately surrounded Wu Yan and looked at the map in his hand. Soon Wu Yan found this so-called Small Ring Mountain Range. It's just an unremarkable mountain range. The terrain isn't high and the area it occupies isn't much. It can be said that it's not famous at all and has no special features. However, looking at this Small Ring Mountain Range on the map, Wu Yan and Mikoto frowned at the same time. What's wrong? Seeing the two frowning, Chuju quickly asked. Oh, it's nothing. Wu Yan stuffed the map book in his hand to Mikoto and looked up at Chuju. I'm just wondering why a small mountain range with no special features would have such a huge treasure. Maybe they chose this place to hide the treasure because it has no special features. After all, it's not easy to be discovered this way. Chuju pondered for a moment and said to Wu Yan. You're right. Wu Yan nodded. Chuju looked at Mikoto, who was still looking at the map, and asked, So Mikoto, what do you see? I don't see anything, I just have some thoughts. Mikoto put the map book in front of everyone and said, Look, there's almost no town around this mountain range. Don't even mention a town, there's not even a small village. Indeed. Wu Yan glanced at the area and asked Mikoto. Other than the name of Kohuan Mountain Range, there's nothing there. And then, what do you think when you see this? She put away the map book and tossed it to him. She continued in a serious tone. What I'm thinking is, if something were to happen over there, wouldn't the heavens and earth be at a loss for what to do? Hearing Mikoto's words, everyone fell silent. Feeling the heavy atmosphere, Wu Yan suddenly laughed and straightened his back, saying, Well, since the bridge will cross when the boat reaches the bow, if we keep worrying about this and that, I'm afraid we won't be able to do anything when the time comes. Did you forget? We want the brave to be invincible. Mikoto and Chuju looked at each other and laughed, saying in unison, That's right. The brave to be invincible. At the same time, the old man standing at the bow of the ship said to everyone, Because the journey is long, our auction house has already prepared an airship. If there's any inconvenience, please forgive us. Originally, he just wanted to say some polite words, but what the old man didn't expect was that many female magicians below were glaring at him, making him a little confused. Seeing this scene, Wu Yan almost laughed. Chuju and Mikoto also looked at the old man with displeasure. If looks could kill, he would have died a few hundred times already. Wu Yan was already suspecting whether this old man really didn't know or did he do it on purpose. Saying forgive us like this, it's a group mockery to the girls who just exposed themselves. Even if he didn't understand, the old man still continued. Then, please get on the airship, we're about to depart to the mountain range. Wu Yan looked at Chuju, Mikoto, Ikaros and little Liren, turned his head and said, let's go. Chapter 79. When Wu Yan's group stepped onto the deck, Ikaros, who was following behind Wu Yan, suddenly froze. Her indigo pupils shrank and turned into a deep red. Almost at the same time, her eyes turned back to indigo as if nothing happened. Ikaros froze. Wu Yan's group naturally noticed. Wu Yan turned to Ikaros and asked, what's wrong? Ikaros. Ikaros raised her head and looked at Wu Yan. Master, there's a very dangerous life form. A very dangerous life form. Wu Yan's group looked at each other. Mikoto walked to Ikaros's side. Ikaros. Mikoto lightly tugged at Ikaros's clothes and pulled her gaze away from Wu Yan. You mean you sensed a very strong life form on this airship, right? Yes. Ikaros replied softly and turned her gaze back to Wu Yan. It was as if she didn't see Wu Yan for a second, Wu Yan would disappear. Ikaros, how strong is the life form you sensed? Wu Yan also walked to Ikaros's side and asked in a low voice. Ikaros's gaze also changed following Wu Yan's movements. Hearing Wu Yan's question, Ikaros paused for a moment before answering. Number 3, Strength A, danger level unknown. I suggest Master eliminate them. Wu Yan's eyelids twitched and he quickly said. Let's not act rashly. Ikaros, let's just wait and see. Yes. After Ikaros went blank again, Mikoto and Chuju came to Wu Yan's side and asked. Number 3, that's understandable. Ikaros sensed 3 life forms, but what's the standard for strength and danger level? According to Ikaros's settings, Strength A means they're on the same level as her. In other words, there are 3 people on the same level as her. In other words, they're Tier 8. Wu Yan's face turned serious as he explained to Chuju and Mikoto. Tier 8 finally appeared. Mikoto exhaled. Tier 8, that's her current goal. Even with her current strength, she has to look up to them. When I didn't see any Tier 8 people, I thought our guess was wrong. I didn't expect them to hide first. Hinajuku said dejectedly as she scanned the airship with her system perception, but to no avail. Wu Yan smiled. That's understandable. They're Tier 8 after all. The auction house gathered the strongest to explore the treasure trove. How could they let a Tier 8 wait in the plaza with the others? 3 Tier 8 Ikaros. Can you tell us their specific strength? Mikoto groaned in distress and asked Ikaros. Ikaros's pupils shrunk again, but this time it didn't turn dark red. She looked around and said. Their bodies are unknown. Their strength is unknown. Location is being determined. We haven't detected them yet. Ikaros, since you haven't found them, then don't bother looking. When the time comes, they'll naturally appear. Rubbing Ikaros's head, Wu Yan said with a smile. Turning to look at Wu Yan, Ikaros froze for a moment before replying. Yes, Master. Humph. Seeing Wu Yan's intimate action towards Ikaros, Chuju and Mikoto couldn't help but snort coldly to express their displeasure. Smiling embarrassedly, Wu Yan bitterly retracted his hand. While Wu Yan and the rest were talking, the airship also slowly floated up into the air. It circled in the air for a while as if to determine the direction, then turned and flew towards the south. How magical, this is the first time I've sat on a flying airship. Mikoto weighed her feet and said curiously. Actually, it's also my first time. Wu Yan laughed dryly and said to Mikoto while hugging little Liren, who jumped into his arms. Of course, I've never seen a flying airship in Academy City. Ugh, except for a certain airship that only reports the weather. And you, coming from such a backward place, don't even mention it. Mikoto curled her lips and sneered. Wu Yan is speechless, but Mikoto is right. Even though he came from a world of technology, but compared to Academy City in Mikoto's world where technology is 30 years ahead of the outside world, the technology of the 21st century can only be considered backward. Seeing Wu Yan's silence, Mikoto turned her head away in dissatisfaction and said, Then what do we do next? Should we wait here until we reach our destination, or should we go and look for those 3 guys of the 8th step? Wu Yan pondered for a while and said, Let's not do that, I'm afraid we'll attract their attention. What's there to pay attention to? They should have noticed us a long time ago, right? Mikoto looked at Wu Yan in confusion. Since Ikaros can sense their presence and they're both tier 8, even if they're not as strong as Ikaros, they should still be able to sense our presence, right? You're wrong this time. Wu Yan laughed and waved his hand to refute. Wrong? Mikoto frowned. What's wrong? Wu Yan glanced at Ikaros and continued with a smile. Ikaros can sense the other party because her system has a scanning ability. That's why she can sense the other party's presence. Is that so? This time it was Mikoto's turn to refute. Even if Ikaros's perception is better, how can you be so sure they won't notice us? No, I'm sure they won't notice us. How can you be so sure? Instantly Sis Cannon was even more annoyed. Wu Yan smiled bitterly and explained. You don't know, the people in this world train in magic and Do-Chi. Both warriors and magicians have Do-Chi and mana in their bodies. As far as I know, the practitioners in this world rely on Do-Chi and mana to detect other practitioners. I understand now. When Wu Yan said that, Mikoto came to a sudden realization. She clenched her fist and tapped her palm. She said in a relieved manner. Because they rely on Do-Chi and mana to detect us, we who don't cultivate Do-Chi and mana won't be detected by the enemy. Smart. Wu Yan praised Mikoto and said with a smile. Although we can't generalize, no one knows if there's any special sensing method in the Spalier world. But one thing is for sure. What? Even if they can detect us, they definitely won't be able to detect our strength. Wu Yan said confidently. Because we don't train in Do-Chi or magic, how can they determine our strength? They're not like us who have the system's ability to detect levels. Well, at least you have a bit of judgment. Damn Sundra. Looking at the scenery outside the floating airship, Wu Yan suddenly felt that something was wrong. Mikoto, don't you feel like something's missing? A strange feeling suddenly surged in Wu Yan's heart. It made Wu Yan feel like he had forgotten something. Wu Yan's question startled Mikoto. She seemed to have thought of something and said, now that you mention it, I really do feel like something's missing compared to usual. Just when the two were thinking hard, Liren, who was in Wu Yan's embrace, pulled on Wu Yan's neck and said, Big brother, are you guys looking for Chuju Jejia? Oh right, Chuju. Wu Yan and Mikoto suddenly remembered what they had forgotten. It seems like they haven't heard Chuju's voice since a while ago. Where is she? Mikoto looked around but couldn't find her. There. Liren pointed at a certain pale Chuju who was lying on the deck with her legs bent backwards. Her forehead was filled with black lines and her face was pale. What's going on? Mikoto was stunned when she saw Chuju's miserable state. Ugh. Wu Yan slapped his head and sighed at the sky. I almost forgot. Kaisha-sama has acrophobia. Chapter 80. For the president, a journey that felt like a year was just a matter of chatting with the others. In the time it took to chat, it had already passed. It had to be said that the airship's speed was indeed extraordinary. It was not to say that it was faster than a plane. One had to know that even if it could fly, it was still a ship. If it was faster than a plane, then the group of people standing on the deck would have been blown to God knows where long ago. The reason why it was said to be fast was because it would be enveloped by a magic array every once in a while. As the airship was wrapped in the magic array, the people on the airship would feel their vision blur. Then the scenery outside the airship would completely change. Those magic arrays were actually large-scale teleportation magic arrays. It could be said that no one in the Spalier world knew how big it was. After all, no one had ever reached the end of the Spalier world. Therefore no one knew how big it was. They only knew that it was very big. Wu Yan had only been in the Spalier world for a few months. But Wu Yan knew the size of the Spalier world from the system. It was bigger than 10 Earths. In such a big world, the airship was the fastest means of transportation. It wasn't because of how fast it was, but because of the teleportation magic arrays fixed in the sky. These large-scale teleportation magic arrays fixed in the sky were all built by the huge forces in the Spalier world's long history. They were built with a lot of manpower and money in order to allow the airship to have the ability to travel to all parts of the world. Usually the teleportation magic arrays were hidden. Even if a person who could fly passed through them, they wouldn't have any reaction. On the airship there was a small activation magic array. As long as the airship came into contact with the teleportation magic array, this activation magic array would be activated. It would summon the teleportation magic array hidden in the sky and provide people with teleportation services. Therefore, only the airship could use these teleportation magic arrays. If they were to use the plane in Wu Yan's world, it would take 3 days and 3 nights to fly from the supply town to the small ring mountain range at the fastest speed. But with the help of the airship and these teleportation magic arrays, such a long distance was shortened to 2 to 3 hours. When the airship passed through another teleportation magic array, the old man stood at the bow and told everyone that they had arrived at their destination. What appeared in front of them was just a very ordinary mountain range. The mountain range wasn't high or low. The mountain range wasn't long or short. It was almost ordinary. When they saw this mountain range, everyone on the airship had the same thought at the same time. Could there really be treasures here? Even Wu Yan and the others had the same thought. Everyone, we are about to land. Please get ready. The airship's speed began to slow down. Above one of the mountains, the airship turned around and slowly descended. People disembarked from the airship one after the other. There wasn't any order to speak of, and it was just individual movements between groups. Fortunately, the airship had landed in a fairly spacious area. Otherwise, there was no telling if these people would be willing to squeeze together. There are too many people, so it seems like it will take a while for everyone to get off the airship. However, this has nothing to do with Wu Yan and company. They are the first group to get off the airship. As for the reason why, are you feeling better? After being carried off the airship by Ikaros, Ikaros found an inconspicuous corner and put something in her hand on the ground. Chuju's legs are still a little weak, she can barely stand. When she was put down, she stumbled and sat on the ground. Hugging little Liren, she gasped for air. Mikoto quickly went up to her and patted her back. As for Wu Yan, he watched helplessly and gloatingly from the side. Ikaros stood beside him with an expressionless face. Alright, I'm fine. Don't worry. Seeing little Liren and Mikoto's worried faces, Chuju forced herself to lift her head and forced a laugh. Her face is still a little pale, but compared to when she was on the airship, it's a lot better. After everyone came down from the airship, Kaishisama stood up and recovered some strength. Those who got the map should know our route. Those who didn't, please follow our auction house. Everyone, let's go. Maybe it's because they're about to enter the treasure location. The old man didn't bother with formalities. Seeing that everyone is here, he led the auction house's people and set off. Seeing this, groups of various sizes also began to follow. The group of people began to walk towards the location of the treasure in a grandiose manner. After patting Chuju's back and receiving a nod from Chuju, Wu Yan said to everyone, "Let's go too." This is the treasure location? Mikoto looked at the empty space in front of her. She was depressed to the extreme and confused. Wu Yan's group attended the auction 3 days ago and saw the treasure map. Not to mention Wu Yan, who has perfect memory, even Kaishisama can remember a bit of it. Needless to say, Mikoto's calculation ability is one of the top 7 in Academy City. Mikoto can say with certainty that this is the treasure location indicated on the map. The problem is there's nothing here. Forget treasure, there's not even a tree. Seeing this situation, anyone would be depressed. Those with bad tempers have already gone mad. Suddenly, the entire group was filled with angry shouts and questions. Some of them even went to the auction house's people to settle the score. This group of people seemed to have started arguing with the auction house's people. The old man leading the auction house seemed to be explaining something to the crowd and then continued to lead the auction house's group forward. The depressed and doubtful crowd could only follow the people from the auction house with a skeptical attitude. Until a stone tablet appeared in front of them. This is the treasure location? It's the same sentence again, but this time Mikoto didn't say it with a depressed tone. Instead, her tone was filled with confusion. Looks like it. Wu Yan nodded and he gestured at the old man with his lips. Look, that old man seems to be doing something new. Chuju, Mikoto, and the others looked over and saw the old man leading the auction house's people to the stone tablet. The group then spread out and surrounded the stone tablet. The old man gently placed his hand on the stone tablet. At the same time, a few of his sixth-order companions behind him also placed their hands on him. Following suit, the entire auction house's team put their arms around each other's shoulders. Everyone saw that when the old man placed his hand on the stone tablet, a burst of light emerged from the place where his hand came in contact with the tablet. Then the old man was surrounded by light. At the same time, it also died the person who placed his hand on the old man's body. In an instant, the auction house's people were all dyed in light and disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. They're gone. Hinajuku stared blankly at the place where the old man disappeared. Everyone else had the same expression. Only the group of people who were talking to the old man didn't have any change in expression. They even imitated the old man's actions and touched the stone tablet and disappeared. Looks like the stone tablet's function is to teleport people to the treasure location. Wu Yan and Chuju looked at each other. Their gaze towards the stone tablet became a bit more relaxed. As more and more people were teleported to the treasure location, the place became more spacious. As time passed, except for those who were more timid and suspicious, most of the people left. Should we go? Chuju looked at Wu Yan. Mikoto and Liren had the same thought. Ikaros, from start to finish, didn't look away from Wu Yan. Seeing everyone's questioning gaze, Wu Yan thought for a moment and nodded. Then he led them up. Before being teleported, Wu Yan secretly glanced at a certain place. There are the 3 dangerous life forms that Ikaros just told him about. Chapter 81. When they came back to their senses, Wu Yan and the rest found themselves on an empty stone floor. No matter how I look at it, this place doesn't look like a treasure location. Mikoto wrinkled her nose and snorted as she looked at this place. Wu Yan looked like he already knew this would happen. He calmly scanned the surroundings and sighed. I knew it, things weren't that simple. Hinajuku walked around the area, her yellow-green eyes constantly turning around. She didn't know what to look at. After all, there was nothing here except for rocks. After walking around with interest for a while, Hinajuku finally spoke. Where are the others? Why are they all gone? Wu Yan and Mikoto were shocked. Yeah, why are we the only ones here? Could it be that if we touch the stone tablet at different times, we'll be transported to different places? Wu Yan stroked his chin. Looking at the stone floor that couldn't possibly fit 10,000 people, he pondered. There's no way out here. How are we going to get out? Chuju frowned. Could we have been tricked by the people from the auction house? Mikoto was unusually irritated. Blue and white sparks danced on her forehead. Sis Cannon wasn't a patient person to begin with. Hearing Sis Cannon's guess, Wu Yan waved his hand. No, it shouldn't be possible. If there were only a few of us, we might have been fooled by them. But this time we aren't the only ones who came. You should know that there are quite a few people in those groups who have great backgrounds. Then what's the situation now? There's no way out. Do we have to open up a path ourselves? Mikoto narrowed her eyes. The electricity on her body began to flow. Why don't I blast a path out? Wu Yan's mouth twitched. Listening to Sis Cannon's dangerous words and looking at the stone floor without an exit, he could only sigh. There's no other way. Let's give it a try. You should have done this a long time ago. Wu Yan said, and the blue and white lightning around Mikoto's body surged. With an excited smile on her face, Mikoto waved her hand. Countless bolts of lightning burst out from her body and gathered in her palm, forming a ball of blue and white lightning. She randomly chose a direction and the lightning in her hand turned into a powerful bolt of lightning and shot it out from her hand. Boom. The electric shock hit a stone wall and made a loud noise. Then it was covered by dust. The electric current flickered twice and gradually weakened. Mikoto looked at the dust-covered area of the attack. Her hand brushed her bangs and the electric current flickered with her movements, looking incomparably cool. Wu Yan looked at Mikoto and was speechless. He could see that Mikoto was very happy after releasing this attack. Sure enough, Sis Cannon was a dangerous person. She could not be Sis Cannon without violence. After a while, the dust settled and a black hole appeared in front of everyone. Heh. Mikoto snorted proudly. Like I said, the path is paved by oneself. How can you walk on someone else's path? Let alone Wu Yan, even Hinajuku and Liren looked at each other, speechless to the extreme. Chuju suddenly let out a cry of surprise. Looking at the stone wall that was blasted open by Mikoto, she exclaimed. Hearing that, Wu Yan and Mikoto also looked at the stone wall. The scene that appeared in front of them stunned them as well. They saw that the stone wall that was blasted open by Mikoto's electric shock seemed to come alive. The surrounding stone wall wriggled and at a speed visible to the naked eye, the damaged area was repaired. The hole also gradually disappeared. This Mikoto looked at the restored stone wall in shock. Could it be, this is another wall monster? If only it was. Wu Yan looked at the restored stone wall and smiled bitterly. If it was a wall monster then we could take it down. But this stone wall in front of us doesn't even have a level display. In other words, this is a normal stone wall. Normal? A stone wall that can grow on its own, how is it normal? Alright, maybe Sis Cannon was shocked by the fact that her attack didn't have any obvious effect. Sis Cannon was speechless. But in a blink of an eye, Sis Cannon became angry again. Beep beep beep, the electric current exploded again. Mikoto held an electric ball in her hand. She looked at the stone wall and said coldly, "I don't believe." Then she threw the electric ball in her hand and it hit the stone wall. It could be seen that the attack this time was stronger than the previous one. Another explosion was heard and dust flew up again. However, to everyone's disappointment this time, there was no need to repair it. The stone wall was completely intact. Wu Yan quickly stopped Mikoto when he saw that she was about to take out a token and fire a railgun. "Forget it, Mikoto, no matter how much you attack it will still grow back. Let's observe carefully before we take action." Hearing Wu Yan's words, Mikoto could only retract her electric current. She looked at the stone wall as if she was looking at her nemesis and gritted her teeth. "This damned wall is so annoying." Chuju sighed and knocked on her head in frustration. "This attack is useless and there's no way out. What should we do?" Wu Yan's eyes flashed helplessly. Ikaros, who had been calculating since the beginning, stopped her complicated calculations and pulled Wu Yan's sleeve. She pointed in a direction and said to Wu Yan, "Master, there are some words." Before Wu Yan could react, Mikoto ran over impatiently. Hinajiku quickly brought Liren along with her. Wu Yan yelled out and helplessly pulled Ikaros along as well. What Wu Yan didn't see is that when he pulled Ikaros' hand, Ikaros's eyes flashed a few times. She looked at the two hands holding each other and her free hand touched her chest. What a strange feeling. Destroy this stone wall in an instant and the exit will appear. The group of 5 looked at the words written on the wall and exchanged glances. Destroy this place in an instant. Chuju opened her arms wide like she wanted to hug the entire stone wall. She forced a smile. Destroy it all? It's no wonder she reacted this way. This place isn't very big, but to destroy it in an instant, at least she doesn't think she can do it. Wu Yan was also troubled. If he wanted to destroy the wall he could do it, but to destroy this place in an instant is no doubt a pipe dream. At least for now he can't do it. Plus he only has one large area of effect attack and that's not enough. Wu Yan and Chuju felt that they couldn't do it, so they looked at Mikoto. Feeling Wu Yan and Chuju's gaze, Mikoto suddenly felt the pressure and smiled awkwardly. "If you want me to destroy a place I can. But if I destroy everything here..." Looking around the stone wall, Mikoto could only smile bitterly. The railgun's advantage is its penetrative power, but it's not good for area of effect attacks. We don't know where this place is, there's no way to summon lightning. In fact, Wu Yan didn't intend to rely on Mikoto Cannon. After all, he knew her from the bottom to the bottom and didn't have much hope in her. Although Sis Cannon was displeased, she didn't have a large area of effect attack. She could have used Thunderstrike, but this place looked like a secret chamber. Who knew if it was under the sky? She didn't even know if it was under the sky. If it's not under the sky, then lightning strike won't come. Plus, this place is so sealed, it's hard to say if they can sense the electromagnetic force in the sky. Thus, Wu Yan turned to Ikaros, who is standing beside him. This is also why he wasn't in a hurry. If Ikaros didn't have a large area of effect attack, then she wouldn't be Ikaros. She's the Queen of War. Ikaros, can you do it? Ikaros raised her head. Her eyes were calm, but everyone felt that the atmosphere had changed. They could also feel a sense of pressure from Ikaros' body. Ikaros didn't answer, but Wu Yan already knew what she wanted to say. "Please, Ikaros." "Yes, Master." Chapter 82. In front of Wu Yan, Chuju, Mikoto and Liren's eyes, Ikaros took a few steps forward. At the same time her body emitted a dazzling light. Variable wing system restriction, remove. At this moment Ikaros' voice was no longer soft and soft. Instead it's mechanical and old-fashioned. As the light flashed, Ikaros's casual dress slowly faded away. A set of white light armor slowly appeared on the surface of Ikaros's body, covering her whole body. Her pink wings spread out, filling everyone's vision with feathers. The pink wings emitted a faint blue light. With a stretch, they turned into a pair of light wings, gently fluttering behind Ikaros's back. Sky Queen mode. Her indigo pupils turned a deep red. A circle of light floated above Ikaros's head. Her hair also expanded a little. This series of changes happened in less than a second. At this time, Chuju, Mikoto and Liren were all stunned. Even Wu Yan was a little dazed. If the usual Ikaros was a pure and beautiful angel sent down by the heavens to appease the world, then at this moment, Ikaros was a god who was angered by mortals and wanted to punish them for their foolishness. This is the true form of Ikaros, the angel of war, the queen of the sky. Wu Yan, Chuju and Mikoto could feel the endless pressure coming from Ikaros. This is the aura of a true powerhouse. Even Mikoto felt like she's nothing but an ant in front of Ikaros. The difference between a tier 8 and a tier 7 can be seen from this. No matter how complicated Wu Yan and the rest felt, Ikaros doesn't have the ability to read people's minds. She only knows that her master told her to destroy this place. The light wings behind Ikaros didn't move at all. Just like that, Ikaros flew to the center of the stone ground. Artemis, permanent homing missile. Like a voice from the heavens, countless missiles appeared out of thin air around Ikaros's wings. Under her control, with a flap of her wings, the missiles were sent flying out. Boom. 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 The missiles flew out from all directions and bombarded the stone ground, creating a series of continuous explosions. The stone walls that were blasted apart were blown to smithereens. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. Wah! Hinajiku, Mikoto and Liren let out a scream. The stone floor was shaking under Ikaros' attack. The three slender girls swayed left and right. Their bodies couldn't stabilize for a moment. Wu Yan's expression turned serious, and with a wave of his hand he pulled the three slender bodies into his chest that is a lot fatter than theirs. His expression is serious. As for his heart, not taking advantage of the situation, bastard. For some reason Ikaros's indiscriminate attack didn't hit Wu Yan's location. But that didn't stop the stone ground from collapsing. All the stone walls collapsed. They shattered so much that even the glass beads are bigger than them. The ground where Wu Yan and company are standing on was also unavoidably shattered by the tremors. Oh my god. When the ground cracked, Wu Yan missed a step and tilted his body. He couldn't control his body anymore. Taking a look below, Wu Yan was scared out of his wits. Underneath the cracked ground there's a bottomless hole. Ah! The three girls screamed again. Even Wu Yan screamed in pain as they all fell down. Master! Ikaros's light wings turned and shot downwards. In an instant she was behind Wu Yan and hugged him. Only then did Wu Yan's group avoid the tragic fate of falling to their deaths. F***ck me. Wu Yan cursed as he stared at the ground that he couldn't see. He cursed in his mind. I was wondering why there would be such a kind reminder in this treasure trove. Turns out it's a trap. And such a big one at that. If it wasn't for Ikaros, we would have fallen to our deaths. Wu Yan tightened his grip on Chuju and Mikoto so he wouldn't accidentally let go of them. He couldn't help but gulp in relief. That's right, no matter what, this is a treasure trove. They wouldn't have put the treasure here with the intention of letting others take advantage of it. So there must be a trap. This is too high. Even the brave sis Cannon felt a chill down her spine. She hugged little Liren tightly and stuttered. Liren, on the other hand, wasn't afraid after the initial scream. She widened her little eyes and looked down. As for Chuju, well, she couldn't help but roll her eyes and faint. Let me say this again, President is afraid of heights. President is afraid of heights. Because it's important, I have to say it twice. Thank you, Ikaros. Adjusting his thumping heart, Wu Yan thanked Ikaros gratefully. Thank you, Ikaros, Sister Ikaros. Ikaros didn't seem to react to everyone's thanks. She just stood there stunned. But Wu Yan knew she didn't know how to deal with such a situation. As a life form created as a weapon, it's obvious to normal people. But for Ikaros it's definitely a first. This made Wu Yan secretly decide to protect this angelic girl well. Well, for now it's not certain who's going to protect who. Even in the future Wu Yan might not be able to compete with her. After all, even if Wu Yan is the main character, self-proclaimed, Ikaros is also the female lead in her world. That's why when Wu Yan and Mikoto thanked her, Ikaros couldn't act like she didn't know what to do. But her eyes flickered a little and she said, yes, in a small voice. Is Chuju okay? Mikoto blushed a little at being hugged by Wu Yan. But when she looked at Chuju and saw her rolling her eyes, she couldn't help but feel embarrassed. She should be fine. Probably. Wu Yan's mouth twitched, a little speechless. What do we do now? Mikoto looked at the darkness below and asked Wu Yan. What else can we do? We can't go up, there's no reason to give up just because of a little trick. So we can only go down. Thinking about the consequences of following that hint, Wu Yan's teeth itched. He's itching to skin the bastard who set this up. Here again it's clear that Wu Yan is a very stingy person. That's all we can do. Helplessly sighing, Mikoto looked at little Liren who's still looking down with great interest. She secretly admired her courage looking down from such a high place. It's very disturbing. Then let's go down quickly. Otherwise when Chuju wakes up she might faint again. Wu Yan ridiculed. Mikoto could only laugh dryly and little Liren giggled. Go down, Ikaros. Yes. Master. Ikaros's pupils have returned to their original indigo color. Her light wings have turned back into a beautiful light pink color. The halo on her head disappeared and her hair became smooth again. However, she's still wearing that revealing white light armor. Those two large mounds pressed against Wu Yan's back, making him feel good inside. After all, there's no need to use force. If it's just flying, she can do it in normal mode. Using Sky Queen mode to fly is a bit of a waste. Under Ikaros's lead, they flew down. Looking at Mikoto who's secretly swallowing her saliva and little Liren who doesn't seem to care, then looking at Chuju whose eyes are still spinning, Wu Yan suddenly had an idea. Should he take advantage of Kaishisama's unconscious state to take advantage of her? This is a very serious question. Chapter 83. Wu Yan felt that after jumping into so many traps in his life he should be good at dealing with traps. But today Wu Yan felt that his previous thoughts were too sweet. Even though he didn't know how much time has passed, but from the way Wu Yan's arms are weak from carrying girls around, it's clear that it hasn't been a short period of time. But still there's no end in sight. It's like a bottomless pit. Not only is it big, it's deep enough to send chills down one's spine. Even after flying for so long, there's still no end in sight. Just as Mikoto was about to complain, Wu Yan's eyes lit up. Ikaros. Stop. Spreading her wings, Ikaros braked and came to a steady stop. What are you doing so sudden? Mikoto rubbed her head and gave Wu Yan a dissatisfied look. That sudden braking caused her to hit Wu Yan's chin. She didn't think about who would be more hurt from the collision. Take a look at the walls. The stone walls that didn't change in the slightest are now filled with countless holes. They're densely packed like a hornet's nest and they're all the same size. A weak wind blew from the tens of thousands of holes and gathered at the center of the giant pit. Who knows how the wind changed direction, but the wind all strangely flowed away. You can see the wind with your naked eye, but it didn't touch your body at all. This scene surprised Wu Yan and company. Mikoto turned to look at the countless holes until she felt dizzy. She retracted her gaze, speechless. So many holes and they're all the same, which one should we enter? Wu Yan frowned when he heard Mikoto and he turned to ask Ikaros. Ikaros, can you see if there's any hole that's special, different from the others? Ikaros immediately activated her Sky Queen mode's crimson red pupils. One could see a lot of light flowing through her crimson red pupils and swirling around the holes. Calculation results, similarity 99%, 0 error. In other words, all of them are the same? Wu Yan couldn't help but have a headache. Even Ikaros couldn't find anything in these holes, let alone him. He believed Mikoto was the same. At this moment Chuju, who was in Wu Yan's arms, moaned. Hearing this moan, how could Wu Yan not know that the president was about to wake up? If he woke up at this time he would definitely faint again. At that moment Wu Yan hurriedly said, "Forget it, just go in and take a look." This idea was immediately approved by Mikoto and Liren. After being carried for so long, they were starting to feel a little uncomfortable. If they continued to fly, they didn't know how long it would take. Waiting any longer wasn't a solution. Ikaros blankly glanced at the numerous holes and randomly chose the nearest one and flew in. When they landed, Wu Yan and Mikoto sighed in relief. At the same time, Chuju woke up. Looking blankly at Wu Yan and Ko surrounding her, Chuju slowly sat up. Mikoto, why are you guys looking at me like that? Being stared at by so many people, even the domineering president felt a little unnatural. Oh right, just now. There was nothing just now. Chuju, it's better if you don't think about it. Wu Yan felt helpless against the president's fear of heights. That's why he patted Chuju's shoulder and said with deep meaning. Ignoring the question marks on Kaishisama's head, Mikoto and Liren who were trying not to laugh, Wu Yan stood up and looked into the hole. Other than the stone walls surrounding the cave, there's nothing else special about the cave. He scratched his palm. Let's go in deeper, maybe we can find a way out. Since you made a treasure map, why didn't you mark out the location of the treasure? Mikoto complained. Wu Yan could only bitterly smile. Barging into someone's treasure trove can't find the way out, and now she's complaining about the owner of the treasure. Sis Cannon sure is in the mood. The group of 5 once again set off. Fortunately, this hole wasn't as cratered as the previous one. At least it wasn't endless. After a while, Wu Yan's group walked out of the hole. Well, it's not that they walked out, but they found a way out. The 3 teleportation circles in front of them. Exchanging glances, Wu Yan led Mikoto and Ko to the 3 teleportation circles. Which one should we take? Chuju played with her hair and asked directly. These 3 teleportation circles are exactly the same, how should we choose? Mikoto sighed. She couldn't see any difference between the 3 circles. Sizing up the 3 circles again, Wu Yan was helpless. He had no choice but to use the same method he used before. That's true, they're exactly the same. Why don't we just pick one like before? That's the only way. Everyone sighed in unison. They were already pondering in their hearts. Was it a mistake to choose to interfere this time? The moment they stepped on the circle, it activated. With a flash of light, Wu Yan's group was teleported away. The scene that appeared in front of Wu Yan's group shocked them. This. Mikoto couldn't help but take a few steps back. Her face paled. Hinajuku immediately pulled Liren into her arms and covered her eyes. She closed her eyes too, she couldn't bear to watch anymore. Wu Yan's face was also green. Corpses. There are corpses everywhere. And all of them are the corpses of the people who came to search for treasure. These corpses were densely packed on the ground, their bodies were pierced by numerous stone spikes. Blood flowed all over the ground. Some were even nailed to the wall by the spikes. Some were unlucky enough to have their heads pierced by the spikes. Looking at the corpses in front of them, other than Ikaros and Liren who was obediently lying in Chuju's arms, Wu Yan's group couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. Even the air smelled of blood. After all, the people who died here were almost 70% of the people who came to search for treasure. What the hell is going on here? Why did they become like this? Even though it wasn't the first time they saw corpses, Mikoto and Chuju still couldn't react. They came together not long ago, rode on the same airship, entered the treasure trove together. But now these people are all dead. So the 2 kind girls couldn't accept it. They bit their lips tightly. If they used any more force, their lips would be bitten open. Why did so many people die? What happened to them? Wu Yan clenched his fists and his face turned green. It's not that he's a coward, it's because the unknown is the scariest. Before he can figure out the cause of death of these people, even if it's Wu Yan, he's still a bit scared. Crack, crack, crack. Suddenly a series of caca sounds rang out as if something had cracked open. It was originally very weak, but as time passed the caca sounds became louder and more frequent. In the end it became a continuous series of caca sounds. What is that sound? In front of them are countless corpses, on the ground is a river of blood. In such an environment, to suddenly hear a strange sound would make anyone's heart beat faster, let alone a girl. Chuju and Mikoto couldn't help but move closer to Wu Yan. Their bodies began to lean against him. They kept looking around trying to find the source of the sound. Wu Yan was a bit embarrassed, but he's a man who's been through a lot. If he can't be relied on by women at this time, then he really doesn't deserve to be called a man. Blocking in front of the 2 girls, Wu Yan's sword and scabbard appeared in his hand. Wu Yan held the hilt with one hand and sheathed the sword at his waist. Chuju, Mikoto, don't get too far away from me. Let's observe the situation and take care of the little girl. Purse, take care of Chuju and Mikoto. Got it. Yes. Master. At this time, the source of the sound finally appeared in front of Wu Yan's group. Chapter 84. Next to the pile of corpses, the rocks that Wu Yan and the rest thought were normal rocks started to vibrate. At this time Wu Yan and the rest noticed that the strange ka-ka sound was coming from the rocks. More and more stones began to tremble, and after a series of ka-ka sounds, the surface of the seemingly ordinary stones actually began to crack open. Wu Yan hugged the girls and took a few steps back, staring at the rocks on the ground. The Niatono Shana in his hand had already been pulled out by a small section. At some point the ka-ka sound on the rocks suddenly stopped, and the rocks behind them also calmed down. But Wu Yan and the rest didn't think that nothing had happened. The sounds on the rocks did stop, but the rocks were still vibrating. Mikoto, who was standing behind Wu Yan, had a bad feeling, but as soon as it appeared she calmed down and immediately spoke. Something's coming. Just as she spoke, a muffled sound rang out and Wu Yan and the rest saw a spider. A spider made of rocks and bigger than a child. After a muffled sound, the trembling stones on the ground exploded, and such a stone spider crawled out from the exploded stones, trembling in fear. When it raised its hideous face, Hinajuku and Mikoto both gulped. If it wasn't for the fact that they've seen demons 10 times more hideous than this in the demon cave, they would have screamed out loud. A series of muffled sounds began to ring out as if someone was setting off firecrackers. Every time a muffled sound rang out, it would be accompanied by the explosion of a rock. Then similar spiders would crawl out of the rock. Small stone spider, level 30, stone spider, level 35, large stone spider, level 40, an army of stone spiders lined up on the ground in a disorderly manner. Some of them were relatively small, but they were still a dozen times larger than normal spiders. These were the small stone spiders that crawled out from small rocks. Some were several times larger than the small stone spiders that crawled out from larger rocks. However, there were a few that were even larger than a child. They were the large stone spiders that crawled out from the largest rocks. These are the cause of those people's deaths. Seeing the appearance of these spiders, Chuju and Mikoto were no longer afraid. Of course, the unknown is the scariest, and when the unknown appears, the fear in one's heart lessens. As for Chuju and Mikoto, who have seen the monster army, they wouldn't be scared by mere spiders. Even though there are girls who are afraid of these insects, and Mikoto and Chuju are one of them, if they really had to face them, they would only feel a little disgusted. Before Wu Yan could reply, Ikaros, who was standing behind Wu Yan, took the lead and walked out. Deep red pupils appeared in Ikaros's eyes. She looked at all the spiders and said softly, "Don't worry, I'll kill you." Unknown life form detected, hostility confirmed, strength D, danger C, determined to cause damage to master, eliminating it. Variable wings restriction lifted. Sky Queen mode. The powerful Sky Queen Ikaros once again appeared in front of Wu Yan's group. Her blue wings of light unfurled, and Ikaros faced the spiders with her back facing Wu Yan's group. Her calm voice rang in Wu Yan's ears. "Master, Ikaros is about to attack. Please retreat to a safe area." Hearing Ikaros's words, Wu Yan was stunned for a moment, then he smiled, but it was a strange smile. Wu Yan didn't listen to Ikaros and retreat. Instead he stood beside Ikaros, and under Ikaros' puzzled gaze, he rubbed Ikaros's fluffy hair after entering Sky Empress mode. "Ikaros, your master, I'm not just your master." Ignoring the stunned Ikaros, Wu Yan walked in front of Ikaros and he lifted the Niatono Shana. He chuckled. "I'm not some weakling I can fight. Ikaros, I hope you remember that I'm not just your master, I'm also your comrade who will share life and death with you. Since we're comrade in life and death, how can I be left out of the battle? How can I let a girl like you charge into battle alone?" Her eyes flashed. Ikaros looked at her master's back and lowered her head. "I understand, I can't. It doesn't matter if you don't understand, Ikaros. Just remember what I said today, one day you'll understand." Repeating Wu Yan's words twice in her mind, Ikaros replied in a soft voice. "Sir, don't forget about me." Chuju and Mikoto, who were reduced to background since the beginning, couldn't help but shout. Making their presence known, Mikoto took a big stride to Wu Yan's side, her face showing some dissatisfaction. You said comrade in life and death should fight together, in the end you still forgot about us. Wu Yan's face started to turn awkward. He half-heartedly said. Well, don't mind the details. So our existence is just a detail. While saying this, Mikoto's body started to glow with electricity. Stop fooling around, they're coming over. Seeing Wu Yan and Mikoto fooling around like there's no one else around, Chuju rolled her eyes at them and quickly reminded them. While they were talking, the spiders were already closing in on Wu Yan's group with their long, thin legs. But they seemed to have sensed that Wu Yan's group wasn't as easy to bully as the ones they killed before, so their speed was very slow. Mikoto, Chuju, remember to protect the little girl. Seeing this, Wu Yan put away his playful smile and turned serious. The stone spiders in front of him are no different from the monster army from before in terms of both quantity and quality. Of course he wouldn't dare to be careless. But he wasn't as cautious as before. After all, the quality and quantity were the same. But Wu Yan's group was different. Not to mention that Wu Yan was only level 30 at that time, even Chuju was level 35 now. Although they had to take care of little Liren at the same time, it didn't affect them at all. After all, they had the goddess of war on their side. Chuju, don't go too far away, take care of the little girl. And Mikoto, don't charge, stay beside Chuju and the others so that you can take care of them. Chuju and Mikoto nodded silently, indicating that they understood. After a long time without seeing Wu Yan's group move, the spiders who weren't very intelligent started to get impatient. And so, the spiders opened their mouths and spat towards Wu Yan's group. Stone spikes shot out from their mouths, attacking Wu Yan's group. Aegis, Absolute Defense Circle. Ikaros appeared in front of Wu Yan's group in an instant. Facing the stone spikes that blotted out the sky, Ikaros spoke softly and a blue transparent barrier formed in front of her. All the stone spikes landed on Ikaros' absolute defense, but they didn't even cause the slightest ripple, let alone break it. After a series of cracking noises, all the stone spikes were blocked by the absolute defense. Just from this scene alone, Wu Yan could see that Ikaros' absolute defense circle was also AC-grade equipment, but in terms of defense, it was above his mental dragon armor. But the real advantage of the mental dragon armor was that it was a completely automatic defense. It didn't need Wu Yan to control it. Even if Wu Yan himself couldn't react in time, the mental dragon armor would automatically open up, unlike the absolute defense circle which required Ikaros to use it. Artemis, permanent rear-end missile. The barrier was retracted by Ikaros in a blink of an eye. Almost at the same time the rear-end missile was fired, blowing up the front line of spiders. Chapter 85. What destructive power. What an AoE. This wasn't the first time Wu Yan saw Ikaros' homing missiles, but seeing it again he couldn't help but mutter in his heart. As expected of the Angel of War, the strongest Sky Queen. Under Ikaros' homing missiles, the stone spiders were smashed to pieces, leaving behind a pile of rocks. Wu Yan wondered if these spiders were actually spiders. They're stone. As soon as the spiders in the front line were killed, the spiders in the back rushed forward like a swarm of bees. They stepped on the bodies of their companions as well as the bodies of the treasure hunters, and rushed towards Wu Yan's group. Wu Yan's eyes narrowed and with a lift of his feet he charged towards the spiders. The distance between Wu Yan and the spiders was just a short while before they encountered each other. Facing a giant stone spider charging at him, Wu Yan raised his hand and smashed it into the spider's disgusting face, sending it flying. As soon as the large stone spider was sent flying, a few spiders and smaller ones brushed past the body of the large stone spider. With a leap they opened their mouths and shot several stone spikes at Wu Yan. With a flash of silver light, Wu Yan pulled out the Niatono Shana and with a horizontal swing he smashed all the stone spikes into pieces. The stone spiders and smaller ones that jumped over were cut in half by Wu Yan with a few swings of his blade. The sound of wind came from behind Wu Yan. Wu Yan had just killed a few spiders and he didn't have time to pull back his sword. Several spiders attacked Wu Yan from behind. At the critical moment Wu Yan turned around, and a black sword minced all the incoming spiders, leaving no trace behind. In Wu Yan's left hand, which should have been empty, a black katana appeared out of thin air. The blade was pitch black and if one looked closely, they could see that the blade was vibrating at an extremely high frequency. Hefting the black blade in his left hand, Wu Yan nodded in satisfaction. This iron sand sword created with superpower coupled with high vibration speed, in terms of sharpness, compared to the armaments of the masses, it's not inferior in any way. With 2 swords in hand, Wu Yan swung them twice and another 2 spiders were cut in half. He then charged into the group of spiders and with each swing he killed a spider. In an instant, a large number of spiders died under Wu Yan's sword. With the Kendo mastery ability, using 2 swords was a piece of cake. If it wasn't for the fact that the iron sand sword was as sharp as a common armament and it could be made at any time, Wu Yan wouldn't have put the Kusanagi sword up in the auction house. Using someone else's ability and using it so happily, Mikoto was still standing in the same spot protecting Liren. As long as there were spiders that attacked, they would all be electrocuted by Mikoto. At first, Mikoto was worried that these spiders were made of stone, and that her electrocution wouldn't work. Reality proved that the spiders were somewhat immune to Mikoto's electrocution. It wasn't until Mikoto increased her electrocution to LV5 that the spiders were electrocuted. She took the time to glance at Wu Yan, and saw him holding the iron sand sword in one hand and the iron sand sword in the other, and was happily killing the spiders. Mikoto's mouth twitched. Of course, Mikoto was just jealous of someone's luck. After all, it took her a few years to level up her superpower to LV4. Unlike Wu Yan, with just a card he was able to steal the fruit of someone's hard work for several years. Not only that, he used it so skillfully the iron sand sword is more useful in his hands than in her own. Luckily this person is Wu Yan. If it was anyone else, Mikoto would definitely challenge him to a duel. Yan's swordsmanship is really good. Chuju was standing not far from Mikoto and the white cherry in her hand danced as she cut down a level 30 spider. Just from this one move, it was clear that Chuju's strength was much stronger than when she was in the demon cave. She was even stronger than Wu Yan at that time. Of course, Chuju didn't think that her swordsmanship was as good as Wu Yan's. After all, Wu Yan directly received the Kendo mastery ability, and his swordsmanship was comparable to those Kendo masters who spent their entire lives practicing their swordsmanship. Chuju, on the other hand, had only been learning swordsmanship for a few years. I need to get stronger quickly, otherwise when the day comes, I won't even have the right to stand next to him, let alone. Hinajiku's face turned red as she thought of something, making her look very cute. A strong electric current suddenly flashed by Chuju's side, and turned a large spider that was about to ambush Chuju into dust. It also gave Kaishisama a fright. What are you doing, Chuju? Spacing out at a time like this? Not far away, Mikoto retracted her lightning arm and shouted at Hinajiku, her voice full of ridicule. It's rare to see Kaishisama spacing out like this. Chuju's face turned red again, and she quickly put on a serious face to deal with the incoming spiders. Compared to Wu Yan and Hinajiku or even Mikoto, Ikaros is a lot sharper in her attacks. Floating in the air, Ikaros's crimson eyes lit up with 2 circles of light, and like a sniper rifle scope she scanned the spiders below. Every time Ikaros chose a position, a large number of missiles would appear behind her. With a thought, the missiles would rapidly bombard the numerous stone spiders. Every shot would kill a group of stone spiders. It could be said to be extremely sharp. If it wasn't for the fact that she was worried about Wu Yan's group, Ikaros, who only cares about her master's safety, might have pulled out Apollo. Under the forced slaughter, the number of spiders kept decreasing and decreasing. By the time the last spider died under Wu Yan's blade, only 10 minutes had passed. Realizing this result, other than Ikaros and Liren, Wu Yan, Chuju and Mikoto were a little dazed. The number of spiders is terrifying even compared to the time when they fought against the demon army in the demon cave. This number isn't any weaker, and their strength is even scarier than the time they fought against the demon army. Such a terrifying group of monsters in the end could not even last 10 minutes under the attack of their side. Last time the battle went on for several hours. Even Resplendent Breath couldn't last until the end of the battle. Wu Yan and the other 2 had to take the brunt of the attack head-on. But this time they finished it within 10 minutes. Although without Ikaros's combat power, they wouldn't be able to win so easily. Still, Wu Yan and Ko couldn't help but feel excited. Because this means they've become stronger. Last time Wu Yan was level 30, tier 4, wielding a common armament, sword mastery and chaotic return to horizon dance. This time Wu Yan was level 50, tier 6, wielding 2 rare armaments, Sword Mastery, Chaotic Return to Horizon Dance and Electromaster, LV4. Wu Yan's strength has indeed become a lot stronger. Last time Chuju was level 18 tier 3 wielding a common armament. This time even though she's wielding her own Chuju, but this time she's level is 35 tier 4. Her strength has improved, there's no doubt about it. As for Mikoto, even though the difference between the two battles is only one level, her improvement isn't as big as Wu Yan and Chuju's, but it's not small either. After all, the difference between two high tiers, even though it's not that big, it can't be that small, right? This set of data plus this incisive battle is telling Wu Yan's group, you've become stronger. In his excitement, Wu Yan let out a long laugh towards the sky, revealing the joy in his heart. As for Mikoto and Chuju, of course, they're not as relaxed as Wu Yan, they're girls after all. Both of them just looked at each other and smiled, expressing their happiness. Little Liren's eyes were covered by a handkerchief so she couldn't see the corpses on the ground, but Wu Yan's sudden laughter gave her a fright. She's patting her chest cutely. Ikaros tilted her head, there's a few question marks on it, looking at her master going crazy. Chapter 86. After a while Wu Yan finally stopped laughing. He rubbed the corner of his mouth that was hurting from all the laughing. The joy in his eyes was still there, but it was more or less gone. Because Wu Yan knows that even though they've gotten stronger, there's still a long way to go before they're truly strong. His path to becoming strong can only be considered to have just started recently. Chuju and Mikoto also understand this logic. Not to mention Chuju, even Mikoto felt that she's still far behind. Whether it's Ikaros in front of them or Accelerator in Academy City, they're all much stronger than her. If she wants to save her sisters, she'll have to at least reach rank 8 level 70 before she's qualified. Of course, that's only qualified. After all, even if she can defeat Accelerator in the future, in order to save her sisters, she'll have to be prepared to become enemies with the entire Academy City. Wu Yan did say that the sisters are an important part of Alistair's plan. If he wants to save them, he will have to make an enemy out of Alistair, the angel that Wu Yan said is Alistair's ally, and he will have to make an enemy out of the entire Academy City. He had to become even stronger. As for Chuju, her reason for wanting to get stronger is much simpler. She wants to catch up to Wu Yan and be qualified to stand by Wu Yan's side. That's all, she wants to get stronger. Chuju looked at the corpses on the ground and frowned. She hugged the well-behaved little Liren and said, Yan, let's leave this place quickly. I don't like this place. Mikoto also frowned. She glanced at the corpses on the ground and immediately looked away. She looked at Wu Yan and waited for Wu Yan to make a decision. Okay, let's move on. Knowing that Chuju and Mikoto still can't face this kind of scene, Wu Yan decisively said, since the cause of death of these corpses is clear, there's no need to keep them here. Wu Yan's group was very careful as they walked on the stone path. The corpses on the ground could be said to be scattered all over. Even if Wu Yan's group had walked a long way, there were still many corpses on the ground. It could be said that the entire stone path was filled with corpses. Although the number of corpses decreased significantly as they walked, Wu Yan's group's heart was raised even higher. Because as Wu Yan's group went deeper, the number of corpses on the ground decreased, but the strength of the corpses increased. In the beginning, the corpses they saw were those below rank 5. As Wu Yan's group went deeper, the corpses on the ground became stronger. So much so that even the rank 6 that Wu Yan's group thought to have the strength to harm them were dead. Rank 6, that's the same level as Wu Yan. There were only about 100 of them in this treasure hunting party. What's more frightening is that Wu Yan's group saw more than 30 rank 6 corpses along the way. That's almost a third of the rank 6 corpses. How can Wu Yan's group not be vigilant when so many rank 6 corpses died in this party? So, along the way, Wu Yan, Chuju, and Mikoto were constantly using system perception. Ikaros even alternated between using system perception and her own perception, constantly scanning the surroundings to prevent anything from happening to Wu Yan's group. Perhaps only little Liren was the most relaxed. Previously, in order to not leave Wu Yan's group, she forced Wu Yan's group to bring her along. Now that she's here, in order to not cause trouble for her brothers and sisters, she was unusually obedient. She didn't say a word and just quietly stayed in Chuju's embrace. Because of this, Wu Yan agreed to bring her along. Of course, just being obedient was enough to keep Wu Yan from bringing along a powerless little Liren. If it wasn't for the items he exchanged from the system yesterday that could guarantee that nothing would happen to little Liren, no matter what, Wu Yan wouldn't have brought her along. The stone path isn't a straight path either. Instead it twists and turns. Wu Yan and Co are getting dizzy from all the twists and turns. Just as Wu Yan and Co made another turn, more stones appeared in front of them. This time Wu Yan's group wasn't naive enough to think that they were ordinary stones. Stopping the party's pace, Wu Yan's group immediately took a few steps back. Even their nerves were stretched taut. There was no way they wouldn't be. Their previous experience had taught them that the bigger the stone spiders that came out from them. And now, the stones that appeared in front of Wu Yan's group were even bigger than the ones they had encountered before. At the same time, the stones once again made caw-caw sounds. After a series of muffled explosions, more stone spiders appeared in front of Wu Yan's group. Looking at the stone spiders in front of them, Wu Yan's group couldn't help but take another step back. All of them were giant stone spiders. All of them were level 40 stone spiders. Wu Yan smiled bitterly and rubbed his shoulders. With so many level 5 stone spiders, it was no wonder that even level 6 stone spiders had died. They must have been unlucky level 6 stone spiders that were surrounded. For the treasure hunting party to be able to reach this point, they must have killed a lot of stone spiders. They had the advantage in numbers, so the number of stone spiders they had killed was definitely more than what they had killed. Even so, there were still so many stone spiders coming out of the stones. How did they get through this stone path? But there was an 80 to 90% chance that they had forced their way through. After all, they had a dozen level 7 stone spiders and a few level 6 stone spiders. Otherwise, there was no way to explain why Wu Yan's group would still encounter stone spiders. They must have not killed all of them, so they broke through and escaped. At this time, Wu Yan was extremely glad that he still had Icaros with him. Without Icaros, Wu Yan's group would have to use the items they had exchanged for to leave this place safely. In a flash, the giant stone spiders, perhaps relying on their large size, charged towards Wu Yan's group with their long and thin stone legs. But no matter how fast they were, they couldn't be faster than Icaros. Sky Queen mode activated, and Icaros appeared in front of Wu Yan's group. Absolute Defense Circle was activated, and all of the giant stone spiders were sent flying back at a speed faster than the speed of their charge. Mikoto. Now let's take care of them together. Wu Yan raised his hands and electricity appeared in his palms. Under Wu Yan's control, electricity flowed into the ground, ignoring the hard stone ground and drilling directly into the ground. Seeing Wu Yan's actions, Mikoto understood what he wanted to do. She raised her hands as well and blue-white electricity crackled. It was much stronger than the electricity in Wu Yan's hands. In a flash, Mikoto's electricity flowed into the ground as well. Under the guidance of Wu Yan and Mikoto's electricity, small particles rose from the ground and floated around Wu Yan and Mikoto, forming a huge wave that rolled up like the wind. Countless black iron greatswords formed in the air, floating above Wu Yan's group. The swords were pointed at the flying giant stone spiders. Before they hit the ground, Wu Yan and Mikoto threw out the iron sand swords. Icaros's eyes flashed and missiles as many as the iron sand swords appeared in the air. When Wu Yan's group threw out their iron sand swords, Icaros also fired her missiles. Go! Iron sand swords, Artemis! Instantly the iron sand swords flew back and the missiles came flying. The giant stone spiders that were sent flying didn't even have time to hit the ground. They were either pierced full of holes by the iron sand swords or destroyed by the missiles. Seeing their companions die, the remaining giant stone spiders didn't retreat. Instead they rushed forward as if they'd eaten Jinkala. Of course, these spiders didn't even get close before they were blown away by Icaros' permanent homing missile. Wu Yan couldn't help but chuckle bitterly in his heart. Icaros dealt with the Stonehenge army that was enough to cause a lot of trouble for him and the treasure hunters. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Icaros really is the best fighter in a group battle. Chapter 87. Along the way, Wu Yan's group of 5 encountered no less than 10 waves of stone spiders. These stone spiders were all great stone spiders above level 40. Wu Yan couldn't help but curse the treasure hunting team in front of him. Why didn't they finish off all the spiders before leaving? Wu Yan's group didn't waste any time when they encountered these great stone spiders. They used their iron sand swords and permanent homing missiles to destroy them before they could even get close. If it weren't for the fact that the spiders had only emerged from the rock for a short period of time, Wu Yan would have finished them off before they came out of the rock. Of course, it wasn't without benefits. The chairman alone had risen to level 49, the pinnacle of stage 5. This was to be expected. The number of stone spiders they encountered this time was simply endless. Wu Yan didn't know how many had been killed by the treasure hunting team, but the number of spiders they had killed was definitely uncountable. Among them there were a bunch of level 40 great stone spiders. With so many of them, if it wasn't for the fact that the gap between stage 5 and stage 6 was too thick, Chuju might have broken through long ago. Thinking back, Wu Yan had relied on his ability feedback to reach level 50 stage 6. Since Chuju had risen to the pinnacle of stage 5, Wu Yan naturally leveled up as well. Although none of the stone spiders were of a higher level than him, the sheer number of spiders had pushed him to level 55. Wu Yan couldn't help but sigh. They were all humans. While others had leveled up more than 10 times, he had leveled up 5 times. It seemed that the difference in experience between stage 5 and stage 6 was really huge. Wu Yan wanted to cry but had no tears. If Wu Yan wanted to cry, then Sis Cannon should find a higher place and jump off a building. He hadn't even leveled up once. After moving forward for a while, Wu Yan's group discovered another phenomenon. There were no more corpses on the ground. There are no more corpses on the ground. Chuju let out an imperceptible sigh of relief. Even though she was no longer the same as before and had seen a lot of things, Chuju still felt uncomfortable when there were corpses around. If there are no more corpses, then that means no one died. If no one died, then that means there are no more spiders in front of us, right? Mikoto brushed her bangs aside and said with a smile. Seeing that the two girls were happy that no one died, Wu Yan smiled inwardly. They were still so kind, Chuju and Mikoto. Just as Wu Yan was about to say something, he felt someone tugging at his shirt. When Wu Yan turned around, he saw Ikaros tugging at his shirt and pointing to the front. Master, we've discovered a large number of life forms in front of us. Based on our preliminary calculations, it's the same team that set off together. Hearing this, Wu Yan and the others were stunned. We finally caught up to the previous team, Chuju said. Ikaros spoke again. Master, a large number of life forms have encountered this group. Another large number of life forms? Is it the stone spiders? Ikaros. Wu Yan looked at Ikaros and said. Ikaros's eyes moved in the direction she was pointing at, then she shook her head and nodded. The life forms have the same reaction, but the energy levels are different. It's stronger than the previous ones. Hearing this, Wu Yan, Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other and said. The life forms have the same reaction, which means it's definitely the stone spiders but stronger. Looks like the previous team has encountered something even more troublesome than the giant stone spiders. Yan, should we go help? Chuju said immediately. Since they've encountered something even stronger than the giant stone spiders, then it should be easier to fight it together with the rest of the team. She doesn't want to fight the spiders that were already killed by others. Plus, she hasn't done anything since the start. It's no wonder the spiders were wiped out by Wu Yan, Mikoto and Ikaros before they could even attack. Kaisha-sama doesn't have any long-range attacks, she only has swordsmanship. So, she's been lurking around, a classic example of leeching experience. But even if it's a good thing to leech experience, Kaisha-sama doesn't feel good about it. It feels like she's unnecessary. Mikoto was also itching for action. The stronger the spiders, the more experience they'll get. Along the way, Wu Yan and Chuju both leveled up quite a bit. She's the only one who hasn't shown any signs of leveling up yet. So when she saw Wu Yan and Chuju leveling up, she was eager to level up as well. Wu Yan looked ahead, glanced at Ikaros, then at Chuju and Mikoto. After some thought he said, let's not be too hasty. Let's go check out the situation first. Check out the situation? Aren't we going to help? Mikoto sighed in disappointment at Wu Yan's words. Isn't that a little inappropriate? We came together after all. Chuju walked up to Wu Yan's side and said hesitantly. If they went up and didn't help, the team wouldn't agree. With the mindset that one more person is one more cannon fodder, they'll force them to go up and kill the enemies. Wu Yan's group wasn't afraid. After all, they have a peak rank 7 Mikoto and a high rank 8 Ikaros. But even if there's no big trouble, there's bound to be a lot of small troubles. Who knows if they'll use their numbers advantage to trip them up. Of course, Wu Yan knew what Chuju was trying to say. But personally, Wu Yan didn't support blindly going up to help. The team ahead is made up of countless smaller teams. There's no way they're united. They're bound to be suspicious of each other and try to trip each other up. Some of them even want everyone to die so they can take the treasure for themselves. Under such circumstances, if Wu Yan's group went up like this, it'll make the already murky water even dirtier. They might even get splashed on themselves. Let's wait and see. Wu Yan clapped his hands. He still thinks it's better for them to wait and see. But what if they force us to go up? Mikoto crossed her arms in front of her chest, lowered her head and thought for a while. Wu Yan laughed at Mikoto's words. About that, as long as they don't discover us, won't that be fine? Don't discover us. Chuju and Mikoto were surprised. But this is a stone path. I believe the situation ahead is the same. There's no place to hide. How are we going to hide? Even if there's a place for us to hide, they have dozens of rank 7. Can we hide and not be discovered? Looking at Hinajuku and Mikoto who are talking, he laughed and puffed out his chest. The hermit has his own plans. With the system, nothing is impossible. I've prepared a lot of items before coming here. Now there's one item that can be put to good use. Oh. The two girls' eyes lit up. Of course they know how magical the system is. Especially the items section. There's all kinds of strange items. The list of items has dazzled them before. Wu Yan didn't keep them in suspense. He took out a large cloak from his interspatial ring and held it in front of the two girls. What's this? Chuju and Mikoto reached out their delicate hands and touched the cloak. They asked Wu Yan curiously. Can't you use the system's perception? Why don't you see for yourself? Waving the cloak in his hand, Wu Yan felt that rather than saying it himself, it's better for them to see it for themselves. The two girls looked at Wu Yan and doubtfully opened the system's perception. Cloak removal. Has the ability to conceal the existence and aura of everything within the cloak. 3,000 item points. In other words, it can make us invisible. Mikoto looked at the cloak with interest. He wanted to see if it was really that magical. Well, you can say it like that. Although the specifics are a bit lacking, it's not impossible to understand it this way. Wu Yan was too lazy to explain. How interesting. Chuju said with a smile. Wu Yan was speechless. So to Kaisha-sama, this is only at the level of interesting? Chapter 88. At this moment, a chaotic battle was taking place on a slightly dark and wide stone path. A large group of armored warriors, some wielding swords, some wielding axes and some wielding spears, were charging at the front. They were fighting a group of monsters here. These warriors would occasionally use battle techniques to deal damage to the enemies in front of them. As for those who just used battle techniques, they would wait for their dochi to slowly recover while raising their weapons and attacking the enemies from time to time. Behind these people there was a group of mages wearing light robes. Unlike the warriors who were fighting in close combat, their weapons were more similar. Almost all of them were magic staffs. Furthermore, they did not rush forward like their companions. Instead, they raised the magic staffs in their hands and muttered incantations. After chanting a spell, these magicians would shoot out fireballs, icicles, and wind blades to bombard their enemies from afar while also supporting the warriors in front of them. Compared to the simple battle techniques of the warriors, magicians have a variety of magic. What kind of scene would it be if a group of magicians were to use magic together? Just like in front of them, the sky was filled with wind, rain, lightning, and fire. Everything was dazzling. Instead of saying that they were fighting, this scene would make most people think that it was simply a banquet. And what were their enemies? Stone spiders. A group of stone spiders that were about the same height as an adult. When these giant stone spiders were fighting, they didn't have a clear division of labor and variety of attacks like the warriors and magicians who were fighting them. They only relied on their large bodies to charge at the enemies in front of them. Those who couldn't charge at them would raise their thin and long stone spider legs and wave them around nimbly. When they were charging around or engaging in close combat, these gigantic stone spiders would open their mouths wide enough to swallow a sheep at a warrior or mage from time to time. Then they would shoot out stone awls from their mouths. The battle could be said to be extremely chaotic. Some stone spiders were chopped to death or directly smashed to death by a big move. Some stone spiders were smashed into pieces by spells like fireballs, icicles, and wind blades that fell from the sky. On the other hand, the warriors and magicians were not as brave. They also sacrificed their lives. On the ground, some were killed by the rampaging stone spiders. Some were impaled by the stone spider's long legs. Of course, there were also some unlucky ones who were directly hit by a stone awl. Among them, there was even a magician who was standing at the back. Stone spider, level 50. When they saw this information, Wu Yan and the others were stunned. Not for anything else but because it was too strong. A level 6 stone spider. If there were as many stone spiders as there had been before, would there still be any results to this treasure hunt? Also, if this stone spider was already level 50 and combined with the previous ones, then who could guarantee that there wouldn't be stronger stone spiders? Level 7, level 8. Or maybe, thinking up to this point, Wu Yan, Chuju and Mikoto's face became serious. If that was the case, then this treasure hunt was really dangerous. No wonder even a level 9 powerhouse would run away with heavy injuries and die in the end. If Wu Yan didn't have items that could protect his life, then Wu Yan would have taken the girls and run away. After all, no matter how precious this treasure was, compared to their lives, as long as they weren't idiots, they would know what to choose. Although as long as Wu Yan didn't die, he could use the summoning points to revive Mikoto and the others. But not to mention that Mikoto and the others were women he liked. Even a man with a bit of heroic spirit wouldn't let a woman stay behind. Wearing a cloak, Wu Yan, Mikoto, Chuju Ikoros, and little Liren hid behind a stone spider in the corner and watched the battle. There were a lot of stone spiders. Of course, compared to the previous spiders, it was a lot less. But even so, there were about 100 of them. Against these 100 level 6 stone spiders, there was no doubt that the level 6 warriors would be the main force. They would be fighting in the front while the surviving level 5 and below warriors would be harassing the spiders from the sides, giving the level 6 warriors a chance to kill them in one hit. Under such circumstances, with the support of the group of mages behind them, the number of stone spiders was also decreasing. Originally, the number of rank 6 warriors was less than the number of rank 6 warriors, but now the number of stone spiders was much lower than the number of rank 6 warriors. It was believed that if the battle continued, the large group would definitely be able to win. Have to say, even if they had the strength of a level 6, the intelligence of these spiders wasn't high. Against a team that knew how to cooperate, it was natural for them to be played around in circles. But this so-called trick of his made Hinajiku and Mikoto burn with rage when they saw it. He looked on helplessly as a tier 6 warrior kicked a tier 5 warrior in front of a stone spider and let the stone spider attack him. When the stone spider attacked the tier 5 warrior, the tier 6 warrior took the opportunity to use a battle skill and killed the stone spider. At this time, the tier 5 warrior was already lying on the ground with his eyes open. Bastard! Chuju and Mikoto couldn't hold back the anger in their hearts. They didn't care that they were hiding and directly cursed it out loud. If it wasn't for the soundproofing effect of the cloak, Wu Yan's group would have been discovered. Wu Yan wasn't as impulsive as the two girls, but seeing this scene he couldn't help but have a cold glint in his eyes. He looked at the level 6 warrior who was still fighting and didn't say anything. Those guys, it's fine if they don't help, but they're just watching this happen. Are they still human? Mikoto looked at the dozen or so level 7 warriors behind the battle and clenched her fist in anger. Is this the surname of the people of Silveria that Yen mentioned? The strong are respected? The weak are prey to the strong? If this world is really like this, then what Wu Yan said is right. Some people shouldn't be merciful. The cruel reality and everything that happened here were challenging his heart. At this moment, Kaisha-sama only felt that he was lucky to not be born in such a world. For the kind-hearted Hinajiku to say something like that, one can only imagine how angry she must be right now. Wu Yan sighed and gently hugged the two girls. Hinajiku and Mikoto flinched at the same time. Their angry faces turned red as they tried to struggle free. But since he's already hugged them, he's not going to let them go that easily. He lightly breathed in their ears. Chuju and Mikoto's body trembled, their ears turned bright red and their strength to struggle weakened. Seeing the two girls like this, Wu Yan secretly smiled. Of course, his face was also smiling, but it wasn't as wretched as the smile in his heart. Chuju, Mikoto, it's better if you don't look. At this point Wu Yan couldn't help but stop smiling inside. Mikoto and Chuju looked at each other, lowered their heads and became silent. After a while Chuju was the first to raise her head. Her yellow-green eyes met with Wu Yan's eyes. She didn't have the slightest intention of avoiding his gaze. She seriously said, "No Yan, I want to see." Hearing Chuju's words, Wu Yan didn't react. Instead, Mikoto looked at Chuju and smiled as if she knew the reason. "Why? There's no reason." Hinajuku lowered her head again and said, "We'll have to travel to more worlds in the future, not just this world, there's also Mikoto's world and other worlds. These worlds, there's bound to be things that can't be seen by others. When the time comes, Yen, you'll definitely enter and exit these places. So rather than waiting to get used to it, why not now? Don't look at me, I'm the same. Not to mention the world I'm in has some shady existences, I need to adapt even more." Seeing Wu Yan looking at her, Mikoto immediately said. After looking at Chuju and Mikoto seriously for a while, Wu Yan sighed and pressed their heads into his arms. Smelling the fragrance in their hair, he softly said, "It's been hard on you too." Chuju and Mikoto smiled and couldn't help but close their eyes, enjoying this rare moment of tenderness. Chapter 89. The chaotic battlefield did not turn for the better as more and more people were sacrificed. Both sides continued to fight. It seemed that the more lives they lost, the stronger their combat power became. They fought with more vigor. The shouts of the warriors, the roars of the monsters, the muffled sounds of bodies falling to the ground, and the screams of the dying. At this time, almost all the warriors below rank 5 who came to search for treasures were dead. As for rank 5 warriors, although some of them survived tenaciously with their strength, some of them had already started to retreat in their hearts. Not to mention the grade 7 warriors who didn't save them, even the grade 6 warriors are using them as cannon fodder. If it wasn't for survival, who would be able to keep on fighting? The magicians are much better off. After all, they're only supporting from the back and didn't charge into the front lines like the warriors. Other than a small number of unfortunate deaths due to stray bullets, the magicians are basically unharmed. But this situation doesn't make Mikoto and Chuju happy for them. Towards their dead comrades, these magicians didn't have the slightest bit of pity. Instead, they proudly raised their heads and didn't even look at the corpses on the ground. It's like they'll be sullied if they look at them. In the Spalier world, the status of a magician is far higher than that of a warrior. Because to become a magician, not only do you need to have super high talent, you also need to have a little bit of background to support the rise of a magician. That's because magicians are a profession that burns money. In the hands of a warrior, as long as they have 1 or 2 battle skills, they'll be able to keep on fighting. In a normal battle, they only need to wave their weapons and add a bit of dochi to create a very strong destructive force. However, mages were different. They could only use magic in battle. For them, 1 magic spell was equivalent to 1 more move. They couldn't be like warriors wielding weapons. Therefore, a successful mage had to have at least a certain amount of magic on him. And each of these magic spells is equivalent to the price of a battle skill. One can only imagine how much money it would take to pile up enough magic spells to fight. In addition, to become a warrior, as long as one had a good physical condition and could practice fighting aura, even an ordinary person could become a warrior. Therefore, although there was not much difference in pure strength between a warrior and a magician of the same rank and level, in the hearts of these magicians, most of them looked down on the commoner warriors. Having a good background and talent would naturally make some mages arrogant. They would think that they were the superior species and that the warriors were just servants. Unless the warrior's strength had developed to a certain extent, such as reaching the 7th level, he could be considered a powerhouse. Then these mages would be intimidated by the difference in strength, and would more or less restrain the arrogance in their hearts and be willing to interact with him as an equal. Of course, there are still some magicians with good character who won't look down on others. However, Wu Yan is sure that this group of people didn't include the mages who are holding their heads up high and thinking themselves to be the most honorable of all. Wu Yan didn't expect that among so many magicians, there wouldn't be a single good person. It's really inconceivable. Birds of a feather flock together. Seeing that the victory of the battle is leaning towards the humans, Wu Yan bitterly smiled and shook his head. He glanced at them again and suddenly frowned. Ikaros, can you sense the surroundings? Wu Yan's sudden voice stunned Ikaros. At the same time, Chuju and Mikoto, who are still angry, were startled. They looked at Wu Yan with eyes full of doubt. Wu Yan didn't explain and signaled to Ikaros. Of course, Ikaros wouldn't go against Wu Yan's words. She opened her eyes and it's already dark red. Ikaros's eyes quickly scanned the surroundings. Suddenly, she froze and stopped moving. Did you find someone nearby? Seeing Ikaros's reaction, Wu Yan smiled and said. Looks like he already guessed the result of Ikaros's scan. Yes, master. Ikaros's eyes turned back to the indigo color. She looked at Wu Yan and whispered. Life signature not far from the other side of the stone path. Wu Yan couldn't help but curse when his guess was confirmed. What a group of insidious people. They even purposely hid themselves. If it wasn't for Ikaros's weak perception, how could she have been fooled by you guys? Good thing we found out, or else we'd be in big trouble. Wu Yan, who said this, apparently forgot that he and the others are also doing what Wu Yan called treacherous people, hiding at the side and watching the show. This made Hinajiku and Mikoto's eyebrows twitch and the corner of their mouths twitch. They couldn't stay calm. If it wasn't for the fact that this isn't the right time, the two girls would have given Wu Yan a good scolding. Hearing Ikaros confirm Wu Yan's guess, Chuju and Mikoto couldn't help but be surprised. Then they saw Wu Yan's smirk. Chuju and Mikoto couldn't hold back their curiosity and asked. Yan, how did you know there's someone hiding nearby? Didn't you guys notice? As he spoke, Wu Yan's smile gradually disappeared. He narrowed his eyes and said word by word. The auction house's people aren't here. This. The two girls immediately turned to look at the battlefield. Their little heads swung back and forth to confirm whether or not Wu Yan's words were true. After a while, the two girls looked at each other and looked at Wu Yan in surprise. You're saying that the other group of people hiding is from the auction house? Seeing Wu Yan nod, Mikoto quickly asked. How did you find out? Of course, Wu Yan wouldn't remind them of his perfect memory ability. That's why he was able to find out that there's no one from the auction house here. He only smiled and said with a smile that wasn't a smile. The auction house's people are really up to something. Good thing we hid in advance. The two girls furrowed their lovely brows and continued to observe the battlefield. They were also on guard against another group of people who were hiding. Their intuition told them that the real purpose of the series of thought-provoking actions of the auction house was about to surface. The people on the battlefield naturally didn't know that they had become the guinea pigs for others to test the waters. They also didn't know that there were two groups of wolves eyeing them covetously, waiting for them to take out the meat. The stone spiders were forced to retreat under their onslaught. Many of them were already lying on the ground, dead. There were only 30 to 40 stone spiders left, and it seemed like they were about to be defeated. Everyone couldn't help but be shocked when they saw this situation. The warriors in the front row moved faster. The magicians also used all kinds of magic more frequently, hoping to defeat the spiders as soon as possible. But just as the spiders were about to be defeated, the stone spiders that were fighting with their lives on the line suddenly stopped and quickly retreated. Master, a new life form is approaching. Knowing that she didn't find the other hidden group, Ikaros kept her senses on high alert. When the stone spiders retreated, Ikaros suddenly informed Wu Yan, Hinajiku, and Mikoto in surprise. The people on the battlefield obviously didn't notice anything strange. Seeing the stone spiders retreating, they thought they were scared and decided to retreat. Like they were injected with chicken blood, they picked up their weapons and prepared to give chase. Even the magicians were no exception. A grade 6 warrior who was laughing heartily and complacently was running at the front. He caught up with a stone spider and planned to kill it to show off his bravery. However, he did not realize that a thin black spear had shot out from the front like lightning. Before he could react, it pierced through his body. A black stone spider that was twice the size of the stone spider slowly crawled out from the darkness in front of them. Chapter 90. Black Stone Spider. Level 60. The black stone spider moved its long, thin legs and slowly crawled out of the shadows. It swung its long, spear-like legs and threw the unlucky person who had been pierced by it to the side before continuing to crawl forward. The warriors and magicians were all stunned by the sudden change in situation. They looked at the black stone spiders, which were twice as tall as they were, and couldn't react in time. They just stared blankly at the black stone spiders that were slowly crawling towards them. The retreating stone spiders acted as if they had seen a terrifying monster. They split into two halves and retreated one after another. As they retreated, another black stone spider crawled out of the shadows and arrived in front of everyone. 1, 2, 3, 4. In the end, 10 black stone spiders crawled out of the shadows. It wasn't just the people on the battlefield. Even Wu Yan and the others couldn't help but be stunned. Looking at the tall black stone spiders, they were almost speechless. Just now, a warrior of the same level as Wu Yan was insta-killed by him. Although level didn't represent strength and that rank 6 warrior was of the same level as Wu Yan in a real battle in front of Wu Yan who had 2 rare armaments, he was still nothing. Moreover, that rank 6 warrior had been careless, which was why he died so quickly. But this scene still made Wu Yan's heart go cold. 10 rank 7 black stone spiders. They were like a wall in front of everyone, their long legs swinging impatiently as if they would charge at any moment. Faint roars came from their mouths as they looked at the treasure hunters in front of them, their eyes filled with a berserk red light. Not good, these black stone spiders aren't on the same level as the previous ones. At the back of the treasure hunters, a dozen rank 7 powerhouses who were watching the entire process immediately knew that things weren't going well when they saw the 10 black stone spiders. They could feel the powerful aura and killing intent coming from these black stone spiders. They were on a completely different level from the previous ones. I'm afraid it's at the 7th rank. One bald-headed old man who seemed to be one of the higher-ups, eyed the spiders and spoke calmly to the rest of the Type 7 experts. The opponent is a 7th grade magical beast. If we let those little fellows deal with it, they definitely won't be a match for it. Then what should we do? One Type 7 middle-aged man looked at the bald old man and spoke coldly. Are you going to send those cannon fodder to their deaths? The Class 7s started to discuss among themselves. They didn't care about the 10 black stone spiders at all. They thought that even if they were of the same class as them, the other party was just a monster with low intelligence. Moreover, they had 15 Class 7s on their side. In terms of numbers, they outnumbered them. In a battle between cultivators of the same level, the outcome of the battle was self-evident with one more helper of the same level. In the end, it was the bald old man who made the final decision. Destroy them. Those little guys are still useful. Don't let them die too quickly. Hearing this, the other Tier 7 powerhouses nodded and charged forward with combat chi or mana. The battle escalated in an instant. The battle escalated. The true danger of this treasure trove is about to appear. Wu Yan's nerves were on high alert. The appearance of the black stone spiders confirmed their previous guess. These monsters that weren't magical beasts had a class system. Level 30 small stone spiders, level 35 stone spiders, level 40 large stone spiders, level 50 rubble stone spiders. At this point there were already level 60 black stone spiders. Then would there be level 70 stone spiders at the end? If there were, then what about level 80 tier 9 ones? If there were, then it would be too scary. No wonder even a class 9 powerhouse died here. The battle between the two sides had already begun. When the warriors and magicians saw that the strongest on their side had finally made a move, they were all overjoyed. It was no wonder that the close encounter with the black stone spiders and the instant death of one of their companions had increased the pressure in their hearts. Now that the Class 7 powerhouses had finally made a move, how could they not be happy? Thus, when the 15 Grade 7 powerhouses clashed with the 10 Grade 7 black stone spiders, these people retreated one after another. They knew that from this moment on, this battle was no longer something they could interfere in. If they rashly rushed forward, they would only be sending themselves to their deaths. A battle between 30 Class 7 powerhouses, what kind of scene was that? For those who didn't know, Wu Yan and the others could tell them that it was no different from a tsunami or an earthquake. At Class 7, one already had the qualifications to be called a powerhouse. Before that, even if one was level 59, one could only be considered a cultivator and not a powerhouse. Why? Of course, it was because the level was different. The difference between the classes was huge, and as the class increased, the gap between the higher classes would also increase. At Class 7, the gap between Class 6 and Class 7 is already very scary. In the Spalier world, Class 1, 3 and 3 are called low class, Class 4, Class 6 are middle class, Class 7, 8 and 9 are high class. From this, you can see the gap between Class 6 and Class 7. One is middle class, one is high class. The gap between Class 6 and Class 7 is huge. That's why a battle between high-class powerhouses is enough to shake the foundation of a small place. Just like this battle. Looking at this battle, Wu Yan and the others are still okay. After all, the battle between Mikoto and Orochi was already very scary. The cave almost collapsed, and the scene of Ikaros bombarding the stone room was even more shocking. That's why they're already used to this kind of battle. But the treasure hunters weren't so calm. They were all stunned, their eyes were filled with fanaticism and envy. They wished they were the Class 7 powerhouses in this battle. The 10 spiders weren't as cunning as the 15 Class 7 powerhouses. The 15 Class 7 powerhouses used the same method as before. The warriors would go up and fight while the mages would shoot arrows from the back. The spiders had no choice but to roar in anger and fight the warriors in front of them. But they're all Class 7. Even if they're able to suppress the warriors in front of them, they can't do anything to them in a short period of time. There's also the occasional magic attack from the sky. The advantage the spiders had just gained was severely damaged. As the battle went on, the 15 Class 7 powerhouses took out their armaments. With the help of the armaments, their strength increased greatly. The spiders were howling in pain. Wu Yan is a bit speechless. None of the Tier 7 combatants in front of him have a rare armament. They're doing pretty well with their common armaments. The only bright spot is that they don't just have one common armament on them, they'll change their equipment depending on the situation. But it's not strange. Even though only Class 7 powerhouses have the qualifications to wear a rare armament, they're only qualified. These Class 7 powerhouses are all in their 70s and 80s. They've exhausted their potential and can't advance any further. It's understandable that they don't have a rare armament. Unlike Fei, who's already a Class 7 in her 20s. She has great potential and a bright future ahead of her. She's also the daughter of the Ailu Empire's #1 family. It's not strange that she has a rare armament. Wu Yan seems to have forgotten that he's an exception. At this moment, the situation on the battlefield changed again. The more they fight, the angrier the spiders get. The pressure on the 15 Class 7 powerhouses multiplied. One of the weaker Class 7 warriors finally couldn't take the pressure anymore and used a battle technique. Like a chain reaction, the rest of the warriors used their own battle techniques, forcing the spiders to retreat. Chapter 91. Since the warriors were using their battle techniques, the mages at the back had no reason to use their weaker spells. They stopped their continuous spells and gathered a large amount of mana. The incantations they were chanting became longer and faster. It seemed that they were planning to use more powerful spells. The battle techniques of the Tier 7 warriors were undoubtedly very powerful, but the black stone spiders weren't weak either. They didn't have any battle techniques or spells. They only had super strong bodies. Therefore, in the face of the attacks of the Tier 7 warriors, they howled in pain, but on the surface they didn't seem to be hurt at all. After being hurt, the black stone spiders became even more violent. They couldn't get close to the mages who were constantly hurting them, nor could they force the warriors who were fighting them to retreat. Therefore they could only open their mouths and spit out stone alls to attack. The stone alls shot out by the black stone spiders weren't something that the stone spiders from before could compare to. The black stone spiders shot out black stone alls, and perhaps because of their body size, the black stone alls they shot out were extremely thick. The attack power wasn't any weaker than that of battle techniques or spells. The Tier 7 mages naturally wouldn't be shot to death by the stone alls like the weaker mages from before. Although it was a little sudden, they were already prepared. They raised their staffs and a magic shield appeared in front of them, blocking all the stone alls' attacks. Were the stone alls of the black stone spiders that easy to block? The answer was of course not. Although the Tier 7 mages didn't suffer much damage, the magic shields that could normally block 2 or 3 attacks from powerhouses of the same level were now shattered by the stone alls. It was obvious how powerful the stone alls were. After all, it was the only long-range attack of the stone spiders. Naturally it wasn't weak. Seeing that the black stone spiders were about to continue shooting stone alls, the warriors at the front immediately roared and charged at the closest black stone spiders from different directions. Layers of combat energy appeared on their weapons as they slashed at the black stone spiders. The black stone spiders weren't very intelligent, but they knew how to dodge. In the face of the attack, They could only stop shooting stone alls in their mouths and fight with the warriors angrily again. At this time, one of the mages of the 7th step finally finished chanting a long and urgent incantation. He raised his magic staff and in an instant the temperature in the air rose quite a bit. A huge wave of fire formed and attacked the black stone spiders. At the same time, the warriors of the 7th grade retreated in tacit understanding, arriving in front of the mages. The black stone spiders wanted to chase after them, but the waves of fire forced them back. The black stone spiders could only spit out stone spikes to disperse the waves of fire. The black stone spiders scattered the waves of fire and wanted to continue their pursuit. However, another mage of the 7th step finished his incantation and released a large-scale spell. The ground where the black stone spiders were standing on immediately shook. A few of the spiders seemed to have sensed the danger and loudly cried out. However, this didn't stop anything. A spike suddenly emerged from the ground and cut off a leg of one of the spiders. Then countless spikes emerged from the ground and stabbed towards the black stone spiders at an incredible speed. The black stone spiders cried out in pain as the spikes mercilessly pierced their bodies. Miraculously, green blood flowed out of their bodies. One had to know that the previous spiders didn't have any blood. The area where the black stone spiders were standing was filled with spikes in just a short while. The black stone spiders were injured and went completely crazy. However, before they could attack, the other mages of the 7th step all stopped their incantations. Several huge bolts of lightning appeared from all directions and blasted towards the black stone spiders. After a few loud bangs, the black stone spiders were heavily injured under the joint attack of the 15 mages. Green blood flowed all over the ground. Under the attack of the spikes and lightning, the black stone spiders lost legs and their flesh was burnt to a crisp. They screamed as if they wanted to leave behind their last cry in this world. Seeing this, how could the warriors not know that this is the best time to beat the black stone spiders up? They all grabbed their armaments and rushed towards the heavily injured black stone spiders and used their battle techniques. After a series of attacks, the 10 black stone spiders finally completed their first and last appearance. Their huge bodies fell to the ground and died one after another. Oh! When the treasure hunting team saw that their strongest members had finally killed these powerful monsters, they immediately cheered. They raised the weapons in their hands and excitedly knocked on the ground to express the joy in their hearts. At this moment their morale has reached its peak. Wu Yan, Chuju and Mikoto saw the entire battle with their own eyes. They looked at each other and nodded. Wu Yan was the first to break the silence. He said to the two girls, "These 15 mages of the 7th step aren't weak. 10 black stone spiders of the same rank were killed without any injuries. Although there are factors such as numbers, armaments and teamwork, it's undeniable that they'll be hard to deal with if they become opponents." Wu Yan couldn't help but raise this question. From the battle just now he can see that these guys are a bit cold-blooded and heartless. They didn't do anything even when their subordinates were injured. If they find the treasure and make a move, they'll definitely be killed without hesitation. Although Wu Yan already exchanged for items that can guarantee their safety if possible, Wu Yan really didn't want to use them. Because when that time comes, it means that they're already in a very dangerous situation. Chuju and Mikoto nodded, agreeing with Wu Yan's words. Including Mikoto, although she's stronger than any of the 15 mages here, if she's surrounded and doesn't use items, her end won't be any better than the dead spiders. "Master." Hearing Ikaros's voice, Wu Yan and Ko turned their heads towards Ikaros at the same time. With all their gazes on her, Ikaros felt a bit uneasy even though she has the same personality as Ikaros. "Ikaros, did something happen?" Wu Yan's question isn't without reason. Usually if there's nothing going on, Ikaros will just stay silent like a loyal bodyguard. Ikaros said softly to Wu Yan's group. "There's a very strong life signature approaching." A very strong life signature? Since it was discovered by Ikaros, that means it's not someone who's hiding like them. That means, Ikaros's crimson eyes flashed. "There's 3 of them, 2 of them are A's and 1 of them is S." Wu Yan, Chuju and Mikoto were shocked. Strafe A means that it's on the same level as Ikaros. Something that Ikaros thinks can cause her harm is A. S means that even Ikaros would be threatened by it. Such a character is approaching? How can Wu Yan's group not be shocked? Of course, Wu Yan's situation isn't known to the people who are cheering. Because of this, these people who are still in a state of joy don't know that the last moment of their lives is about to arrive. The 15 Stage 7 powerhouses who had been standing there calmly and accepting the crowd's support suddenly felt an aura of death looming over them, causing their bodies to tremble and their expressions to change greatly. Run. One of the Type 7 experts could not help but feel the shadow of death looming over him, as he took 2 steps back in shock, shouting hysterically. This voice not only stunned everyone present, but also caused the other Stage 7 powerhouses to tremble. They exchanged glances with each other, struggling in their hearts. The reason why he was struggling was very simple. He had chosen to give up on the treasure and preserve his life, or he felt that this premonition of death was just a trick from the treasure trove. In just a moment they all lost their last chance to save their lives. Chapter 92. The people of the treasure hunting team looked at the 15 7th Order powerhouses and were puzzled. They looked at each other and didn't know what to do. Gradually the crowd began to stir. The 15 Tier 7 combatants' faces were unsettled, their ears listening to the noise from the crowd. Their hearts were getting restless, but at the same time, they also lost control of their emotions. They didn't know what to do. That aura of death kept coming at them, their hearts started to beat faster and faster. An ominous premonition told them that something terrifying is approaching. The 15 Tier 7 combatants who were struggling between danger and escape soon, they didn't have the heart to think about anything else. The crowd gradually quieted down. No matter what, everyone present was quite accomplished in their cultivation. Even if they couldn't compare to the 15 7th Order powerhouses at this time, no matter how slow they were, they could feel that the situation was not good. A strange atmosphere started to spread in the crowd. The scene became inexplicably quiet. Even the 15 Tier 7 combatants couldn't help but stop what they were doing, shrouded in this strange atmosphere. Master, a strong life force, it's approaching. Other than Wu Yan's group, no one else could hear Ikaros's words. While the scene was quiet, Wu Yan's group was still in shock. Everyone heard a sound. It was the sound of something being dragged on the ground. Following the sound, Wu Yan, Chuju and Makoto started to get nervous. Some of the people in the crowd started to feel fear, scared by this strange atmosphere, strange aura and strange sound. The sound is getting closer and closer. Some of the more timid ones already started to tremble. The 15 Tier 7 combatants looked at each other, took out their armaments at the same time, and looked around vigilantly. Their hearts started to beat faster. In the crowd, one of the warriors inadvertently glanced in front. And with that glance, the warrior's eyes widened and he took 2 steps back in fear. There. The warrior raised his trembling hand and pointed to the front. His voice was filled with fear. The warrior's voice suddenly rang out in the silent arena. It could be said that it was unusually clear. The warrior's voice was filled with fear, and it also raised the strange atmosphere to its peak. The people heard the voice and looked over. The scene that appeared in front of them finally became the last straw that crushed their hearts. 2 incomparably large and ferocious spiders slowly appeared in front of everyone's eyes. They were 10 meters tall, and compared to them, the black stone spiders from before were like children. Of course, if it were just 2 giant stone spiders, they wouldn't be so shocked. These 2 giant spiders weren't stone spiders but real spiders. Its entire body was covered in black needle-like hair. Its long legs were filled with barbs. On its huge head, there was a ferocious face, a pair of strange eyes and 2 stone pillar-like teeth. Its entire body was filled with deterrence. Looking at the 2 terrifying and ferocious giant spider faces, everyone couldn't help but step back in an attempt to distance themselves from these 2 figures that were like death gods. At this moment, fear had already filled their hearts. Hiss! When the entire body of the spiders appeared in front of everyone, the 2 ferocious giant spiders arched their bodies and opened their mouths. 2 powerful roars came out from their mouths, and a strong wind blew towards the crowd. Giant Spider Guard. Level 70. Even if the people present didn't have the system's magical sensory ability like Wu Yan and the others, from the terrifying aura and the huge size of the spiders, they realized that the 2 terrifying giant spiders in front of them were definitely not something they could deal with. The aura of death had already completely enveloped them. At this moment, there were no other words that could express their inner feelings better than this. This included the 15 Stage 7 powerhouses who were still awe-inspiring just a moment ago. The 15 Stage 7 powerhouses were also afraid. They had stronger strength than the others, and they could feel more clearly how strong the two monsters in front of them were. That irresistible feeling when they saw the two ferocious giant spiders had already spread throughout their bodies. Among them, any one of them had the confidence that even if they met a peak Stage 7 powerhouse with a rare armament, they would be able to withstand 2 moves. But now the two monsters in front of them gave them an irresistible feeling of fear. Then there was only one explanation: Stage 8. Run. No one knew better than them how terrifying a Stage 8 was. Because they were only one stage away from a Stage 8, they knew that if they went up against a Stage 8, even if there were 15 of them, they would only be able to drag out the time of death by a little. In the end, only death would await them. Thus, without hesitation, they used their fastest speed to turn around and run away. Of course, it was all in vain. Almost at the same time when they turned around, a group of stone owls shot towards the 15 Stage 7 powerhouses at a speed faster than anyone could react. When the 15 Stage 7 powerhouses turned around, it just so happened that their backs were exposed to the soul-snatching envoys. Ah. Ah. The stone owls mercilessly pierced through their skin, piercing through their bodies, piercing through their organs and bringing them to their deaths. In just a short while the 15 Stage 7 powerhouses were all dead. It was a pity for them. If they had been able to resist for a while, they might have been able to find a sliver of a chance to survive. Unfortunately, they had chosen the stupidest choice. Everyone present cried out in fear at the same time. None of them intended to resist. Even the strongest 15 Seventh Order powerhouses among them had been wiped out in an instant. How could they resist by themselves? Thus, everyone present followed the 15 Stage 7 powerhouses and chose the stupidest path. At the same time, everyone turned around and fled as if their lives depended on it. The two giant spider guards were more than happy to shoot live targets. Stone spikes fell from the sky, shooting down those who were a little slower. Screams for a moment spread out in this space. Only the screams of fear and the screams of death spread out in this spacious stone ground. Chuju and Mikoto closed their eyes at the same time when the massacre started. Even with their stubborn personalities, they couldn't bear to watch any longer. They lowered their heads and buried themselves in Wu Yan's arms. Wu Yan also bitterly smiled. Just a moment ago they sacrificed their comrades to obtain victory. They were even cheering and jumping for joy. But in a blink of an eye, they accompanied their cannon fodder to the underworld. Have to say this is a bit ironic. But Wu Yan also knows that this is just the beginning. With just these 2 level 70 spider guards and Ikaros's strength, Wu Yan doesn't need to be afraid of them. What really made his heart clench was the S-class lifeform reaction that Ikaros mentioned. Under the stone awls of the 2 giant spider guards, people fell to the ground and died. Their bodies were pierced by the stone awls, but the 2 giant spider guards were not satisfied. They continued to shoot stone awls at the densest areas of the crowd. After a series of random shooting, close to 90% of the people fell to the ground and shed their last drop of blood. Perhaps it was because there were too many people, so the 2 giant spider guards couldn't take care of a portion of them. The group of people who ran the fastest had already left the giant spider guards' shooting range and escaped in all directions. Hearing the sound of the stone awls behind them stopping, this group of people couldn't help but feel happy. Feeling that there's hope for survival, they quickly increased their pace and ran towards the other side of the stone path. Just as the spider escorts were about to give chase, Wu Yan saw them suddenly stop, and then they stopped in their tracks. Chapter 93. Master. Not sure if it's just Wu Yan's imagination, but even though Ikaros called out softly and softly, Wu Yan felt a trace of heaviness in her tone. Ikaros, could it be? Wu Yan looked at Ikaros' beautiful eyes, his heart gradually sank. Yes, master. A very powerful life form is approaching, it will reach here in 10 seconds. It's very dangerous, I suggest master evacuate. Ikaros raised her head and looked at Wu Yan as if waiting for Wu Yan's decision. Yan. Chuju and Mikoto also looked at Wu Yan. Even Ikaros used the word very dangerous to describe it and suggested Wu Yan evacuate. That means even Ikaros doesn't have a guarantee of victory. Wu Yan could feel everyone's eyes on him. He pondered for a moment and couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. There's a life form here that even Ikaros doesn't have a guarantee of victory over. Regardless of how strong this life form is, since it's guarding this treasure, it means this treasure is definitely extraordinary. Wu Yan didn't know if it's worth it to give up this unprecedented treasure. If he's alone, maybe he'll risk it all and take the risk. Since he has the system and his points are enough, Wu Yan has the confidence to escape from here. But no matter how precious the treasure is, can it be compared to the women he loves? The answer of course is no. Wu Yan said decisively. Chuju Mikoto Ikaros, if I tell you to leave, immediately use that, and we'll leave this place. Chuju, you take the little girl with you. Hinajuku and Mikoto nodded solemnly. Ikaros replied with a yes, master. She remained silent and continued to observe the scene with her beautiful crimson eyes. Wu Yan narrowed his eyes and focused his attention on the battlefield. Even if they have to evacuate, Wu Yan wants to see with his own eyes this so-called powerful life form that even Ikaros thinks is dangerous. Then he'll go back and beat it up in his mind. Since Wu Yan has absolute confidence in the escape item he exchanged from the system list, he's not in a hurry. At some point Ikaros's pupils shrunk. Master, the target has appeared. As soon as Ikaros finished her words, the two spiders took a step back to the sides. A gigantic spider that was even bigger than the two giant spider guards added together had appeared. Of course, the ones who are running for their lives won't be able to see this. While they're still rejoicing over the fact that they're still alive, death has already crept up on them. Other than being bigger than the two giant spider guards, the giant spider's appearance was no different from the two giant spider guards. Under the protection of the two giant spider guards, it came to the field. Its eyes flashed with the light of wisdom. Spider Queen, level 83, Wu Yan, Chuju and Mikoto's pupils shrunk, their faces turned heavy. Even though they had guessed beforehand that there might be a level 9 being in this place, they still felt a heavy heart when the other party really appeared in front of them, even though they had a way out. That's an existence that needs to be looked up to, there's no need to question it. Ikaros is the same. Even if Ikaros doesn't care about anything other than Wu Yan, she wouldn't feel anything. This Spider Queen in front of them, Wu Yan doesn't know if Ikaros can win if she uses her gold armament. Of course, even with her gold armament, Wu Yan doesn't think Ikaros can fight above her rank. Tier 9 in this world, other than the 5 demigods who are at the pinnacle of combat power, they're the strongest existence. In that case, the gap between the 9th stage and the 8th stage must be boundless. This could be seen from the 15 7th stage powerhouses who were killed in an instant. Of course, Wu Yan doesn't plan to let Ikaros take the risk. Compared to the treasure, Wu Yan doesn't want anything to happen to Ikaros. Even if there's a possibility, even if as long as Wu Yan doesn't die, he can summon her again. But the light in the Spider Queen's eyes made Wu Yan frown, but it only lasted for a while before he relaxed. No matter what, it's still a Tier 1 existence other than the 5 demigods. A Tier 9 demonic beast already has the intelligence of a human. It's rumored that demigod demonic beasts can transform into benevolence. So even if Wu Yan can't tell if it's a demonic beast or not, it's a given that it has intelligence. The Spider Queen grinded its mouth, its 2 sharp fangs grinding against each other. Some of its juices dripped down and landed on the ground with a tisk sound. A hole was formed on the hard stone floor. Wu Yan and Ko's pupils shrank at the sight of this. It glanced at the people running away, its eyes flashed with disdain. Among the non-human life forms, Wu Yan has only seen this kind of gaze in the eyes of the Orochi monster. Of course, monsters and demonic beasts can't be compared. After all, even though they're not humans, they're still different life forms. The direction of evolution is naturally different as well. Monsters are more inclined towards intelligence. Spreading its long legs to the sides, the giant Spider Queen crouched down and opened its mouth slightly as if it was yawning. After this action, the people who were trying to escape had no way to escape anymore. The entire stone floor shook violently, causing the people running away, including Wu Yan's group, to tilt their bodies. In front of them, the people who were running away happily only felt a chill on their bodies, causing them to stop in their tracks. They looked down and saw that the stone ground under their feet had revealed their bare backs in soil. The stone surface that had disappeared was wriggling and turning into stone spikes. They shot out from the ground and pierced through their hearts. Intense pain spread from their bodies. They didn't even have time to scream before closing their eyes, stopping their breathing and heartbeat, hanging on the stone spikes, fresh blood flowing down the stone spikes. Facing these lives that it personally sent away, the Spider Queen only tilted its head, glanced at them and then looked away as if it had only killed 2 insects. However, to the giant Spider Queen they were indeed just bugs. Perhaps in its eyes humans were all bugs. Not to mention the giant Spider Queen, some strong humans would also treat the weak humans as bugs, ants. This was a common phenomenon in this world where strength was the most important thing. Following the deaths of this group of people, the group that came to search for treasure, those that were still standing on the field were all wiped out. The space once again fell into silence. Wu Yan, Mikoto and Chuju seriously looked at the corpses on the field. They only felt an inexplicable chill in their hearts. Even their faces turned ugly. Wu Yan sighed, waved his hand at Chuju and Mikoto and said with a slightly depressed voice, "All right, let's retreat. That Spider Queen is too dangerous." Chuju and Mikoto looked at each other and nodded with a bitter smile. Even Mikoto didn't know what to say at this point. Even someone as strong as her who is ranked in the top 7 of Academy City, no matter how unwilling she was, she had to admit that if she were to go against that Spider Queen she wouldn't be able to make it out alive. Not to mention the terrifying Spider Queen, Mikoto doesn't even have the confidence to take a few hits from either of the 2 spider guards. Even if they are only 1 level stronger than her, this level is like heaven and earth. Wu Yan also saw Mikoto's expression. He could only rub her hair and look at her with concern. Her face slightly reddened. Seeing Wu Yan's concerned eyes, Mikoto's heart warmed. Her unwillingness also lessened a lot. Smiling, Wu Yan looked at the Spider Queen again. This time it made his heart skip a beat. Because the Spider Queen that was lazily lying on the ground was currently looking in their direction. Not good. Wu Yan was shocked. Chapter 94. That glance from the Spider Queen made all the hairs on Wu Yan's body stand on end. The chill in his heart intensified and a drop of cold sweat dripped down from his forehead. "I've been discovered. I've been discovered. I've been discovered." Run, 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 run. In an instant, Wu Yan's mind was filled with such thoughts. He grabbed Chuju and Mikoto's hands and held them tightly, planning to use the items he exchanged for to escape. Chuju and Mikoto also seemed to have noticed something wrong with Wu Yan. Seeing Wu Yan's face full of cold sweat, Chuju and Mikoto's heart also flashed a trace of unease. After Wu Yan shouted, "Not good," this trace of unease grew stronger. "Master." Ikaros also noticed her master's mental activity. Seeing her master's expression, she looked at Wu Yan worriedly and planned to come forward. "Let's retreat." Before Mikoto and the others could ask, Wu Yan immediately said. They didn't notice the Spider Queen's gaze. That's natural because from the moment Wu Yan noticed the Spider Queen's gaze to now when he shouted, "Let's retreat," only a few seconds have passed. Chuju and the others didn't say anything. Since Wu Yan said so, there must be a reason. At that moment, everyone took out something from their bodies. Even the blindfolded little Liren took out something when she heard Wu Yan's words. A scroll made of crystal. Just when Wu Yan and the others were planning to use this scroll to do something, a whistling sound suddenly sounded in this deathly silent area due to the death of the treasure hunters. It was also this sudden whistling sound that made Wu Yan and the others stop what they were doing. The Spider Queen also moved its gaze away, allowing Wu Yan to breathe a sigh of relief. 3 flashes of light came from not far away. Their speed is comparable to Fei Yu flying sound. While they are flying, the sound of wind whistling could be heard. By the time the sound reached Wu Yan and Ko's ears, the 3 flashes of light had already arrived beside the Spider Queen and the 2 spider escorts. Because it was too sudden, even the Spider Queen only reacted when the sound of the wind was heard. Although it lifted its body very quickly, that little bit of time was enough for the 3 streaks of light to arrive beside it. Wu Yan and the others looked towards the source of the sound. The 3 streaks of light had already stopped beside the Spider Queen and the spider guards in a triangular formation, surrounding them in the middle. At this time Wu Yan and the others finally saw clearly that there were 3 people. 3 very strong people. Momiri, level 72, Jared, level 73, Cultivation. Level 75. Master, the life forms on the airship. Icaros's words were a bit confusing, but Wu Yan and the others understood what she meant. The 3 rank 8 individuals that Icaros detected on the airship were the 3 in front of them. Why did they suddenly appear? Aren't they looking for death by appearing at this time? Wu Yan looked at the 3 rank 8 individuals and frowned. He also signaled Mikoto and the others to wait and see the situation first. Of course, Wu Yan didn't let them put away the crystal scroll. If there's anything wrong, Wu Yan and the others would immediately use it. However, Cultivash's actions still made Wu Yan very suspicious. Even if they're rank 8, there's no way they didn't notice that the Spider Queen in front of them is rank 9. At this time, instead of running away, they appeared here. Are they looking for death? They must be hiding at the side like them. They must have seen the deaths of the people before and the strength of the Spider Queen. Could it be that they were really greedy for the treasure and decided to take a gamble? But thinking up to here, Wu Yan quickly shook his head. To be able to become rank 8, they're definitely not idiots. If they chose to appear at this time, there must be a reason. At the same time, Wu Yan couldn't help but laugh in his heart. Of course, he's laughing at himself. He almost forgot that other than them, there's still another group of people hiding. The people from the auction. And these 3 rank 8 individuals who suddenly appeared. It doesn't matter what Wu Yan is thinking. The moment the tier 8 powerhouses surrounded the Spider Queen and her escorts, they took out a bottle of blood-red potion from their sleeves. Quick! Cultivation hurriedly shouted and opened the potion bottle. Jared and Momiri also did the same. They opened the potion bottle and poured it on the ground. As the potion in the bottle dripped onto the ground, Cultivation, Jared and Momiri took out another item. It was a piece of paper. The paper was instantly slapped on top of the potion on the ground. After this action, the 3 of them stopped as if they've completed something. A slight smile appeared on their faces. The giant Spider Queen looked at Cultivation and the other 2's actions with cold eyes. Although she had said so much, this series of actions had already been completed by the time the giant Spider Queen raised her body and the giant spider guards reacted and stood guard beside her. Even Wu Yan, Mikoto and Chuju only felt a blink of an eye before Cultivation and the others finished what they wanted to do. Their actions were practiced and fast. Suddenly, under the paper on the ground that came in contact with the potion, a red light suddenly lit up. Looking at this red light, the Spider Queen felt an inexplicable sense of unease. The red light became brighter and brighter until it was as red as blood. At this moment, the unease in the Spider Queen's heart reached its limit, causing it to instinctively want to stop what was about to happen. Thus, the giant Spider Queen roared, and the 2 giant spider guards flew out as if they had received an order, charging towards Jared and Momiri. As for the giant Spider Queen herself, she opened her mouth, preparing to do something. Unfortunately, before the 2 giant spider guards could reach them and before the giant Spider Queen could do anything, Cultivation and the other 2 giant spider guards leaped into the air. In a flash, they arrived behind the giant Spider Queen and pulled a long distance away from it. Around the Spider Queen, the 3 papers on the ground suddenly caught fire and burned to ashes. As the papers burned to ashes, the potion on the ground also disappeared and turned into 3 blood-red light beams. The blood-red light beams shook slightly and then quickly flew, turning into a trail. As the blood-red light beams moved, they left behind a red line. Seeing the 3 blood-red light beams flying around it, the Spider Queen was furious. Its gaze towards Cultivation and the other 2 became colder and colder. A strong murderous aura enveloped Cultivation and the other 2, causing them to take a step back and lower their waists by quite a bit. However, it was obvious that they were afraid of the Spider Queen, but there was no fear. It was as if victory was already in their hands, as if they were sure to eat the Spider Queen. Seeing this, Wu Yan and the others couldn't help but feel puzzled. As the light beams moved, the red line became denser and denser. The Spider Queen finally let out a roar, unable to bear the uneasiness in its heart, and attacked Cultivation and the other 2. At this moment, the red line on the ground flashed and bounced the Spider Queen's body back, as if there was an invisible wall there. The Spider Queen was enraged and violently charged, but it was constantly bounced back. Seeing this situation, Cultivation and the other 2's faces relaxed. It seems that they were also afraid that their methods wouldn't work on the Spider Queen. The Spider Queen's ramming force was getting stronger and stronger. From the sound of the ramming, It could be heard that every time the Spider Queen rammed, the red line on the ground would flash and the Spider Queen would be bounced back. It seemed that the Spider Queen was really pinned down. However, Wu Yan's heart tightened. He realized that not only did the Spider Queen's ramming force increase, even the distance it was bounced back was getting shorter and shorter. At this point, the Spider Queen was basically not retreating anymore. Culus and the other two obviously realized something as well. Their faces all changed, and when the red line on the ground weakened, their bodies also tensed up. But then, as if they discovered something again, their originally tense bodies relaxed and their faces lit up with joy. Chapter 95. Within the range of the red line, the Spider Queen and the two spider escorts continued to launch their own attacks at the rebounding barrier. Under that powerful impact, the trap set up by Culus and the other two seemed to be gradually unable to withstand it. Seeing that the Spider Queen was about to break free at any time, Culus and the other two also became nervous. It was also at this time that Culus and the other two's faces suddenly changed. Their originally nervous faces were now filled with joy. Seeing Culus and the other two's faces, Wu Yan knew that the situation was about to change. Suddenly, the red light expanded and dyed the entire space blood red. The rebounding force of the red barrier also increased greatly. With a muffled sound, the giant Spider Queen and the two giant spider guards were bounced back, causing them to retreat a great distance and once again enter the center of the red barrier. Wu Yan and the rest who were hiding at the side felt their eyes hurt from the red light. Shocked, they quickly closed their eyes and raised their hands to block the strong light. As the red light expanded, the red line on the ground also flowed like water, as if it was given life at this moment, surrounding the Spider Queen and pulsating. When Wu Yan and the rest opened their eyes, they saw that the red line on the ground had formed a large blood-red magic formation, trapping the three spiders in it like a cage, trapping the Spider Queen and the two spider escorts. The Spider Queen was furious. He had been living in this space for countless years. In this space, there was no other living being except for the weakened ones that he had produced out of boredom in the endless years. And here it was the king. Not long ago, a powerful human had barged into this place. Not only did he possess the same level of strength as himself, but he was also equally matched with himself in battle. If it wasn't for the stone spider empire that had been born in this place for countless years, he would have had to pay a heavy price to get rid of this human. But even so, under the siege of the entire stone spider empire, this powerful human still suffered heavy injuries, destroyed more than half of its descendants and escaped. It thought that it was just an accident in the endless years and that it would still be the king of this space in the days to come. But who would have thought that after that humans would swarm in and break into this place one after another? Unfortunately, those humans were too weak. It only needed to raise its claws to squash them to death. The arrival of those humans was just the spice of life for the Spider Queen. In the beginning, the giant Spider Queen had thought that it would be the same this time. Who knew that there would be so many humans this time? Not only did they kill all of her descendants, leaving only the two she had given birth to alive, they even set up this strange area to trap her. If the other party was as strong as that powerful human from before, then he could only admit that he was unlucky. However, this time the three humans who had played him in circles were just three weak ants. How could the giant Spider Queen not be furious? Hiss! With a roar full of anger, the Spider Queen used all of its strength to release the roar. The two spider guards beside it were shaken by this roar and immediately fell to the ground, trembling. The roar reverberated throughout the entire space. In an instant, the entire space made of stone shook violently. The intensity of the shaking was greater than any of the previous times. Wu Yan pulled the two girls into his arms again. He hugged them tightly, his heart was filled with shock. Although he didn't know what that blood-red magic formation was, what it did and how strong it was since it could trap the Spider Queen, it proved that it wasn't weak. And under such circumstances he didn't expect that not only was the Spider Queen not weakened, it was still so strong. With just a roar, it caused a tremor that was comparable to a magnitude 10 earthquake. Just how strong was it to be able to do this? Was this the strength of a 9th rank? With such strength, if he used all of his summoning points to summon a 9th rank character, then on this continent, wouldn't he be able to live a carefree life? But this thought was thrown away by Wu Yan without hesitation when he saw Ikaro's beautiful face. If he could choose again, Wu Yan would still choose to summon Icaros. Culus and the other two were also forced to retreat a few steps before stabilizing themselves. Looking at the giant spider queen, the fear in their eyes became even more intense. This monster, isn't it a little too powerful? Jared swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Ever since he advanced to rank 7, he had never lost his composure like today. Jared even thought that in this world he might not be able to find anything that could make him lose his composure. This thought became even more deeply ingrained in Jared's heart after he advanced again and became a rank 8 powerhouse. Now he knew that compared to the giant spider queen, all his previous arrogance couldn't even withstand a single blow. Is this the strength of a 9th rank? Culus pondered and couldn't help but mutter. Momiri smiled bitterly, looking at the sorry state around him, recalling that roar filled with power. His eyes were filled with fanaticism. I must break through the 8th rank and become a 9th rank powerhouse. Their voices weren't loud, but Wu Yan's group heard it clearly. At this time, Wu Yan's eyes narrowed as he looked at the trio. Although these three were intimidated by the Spider Queen's strength, they weren't afraid at all. At most they were afraid. What was it that gave them so much confidence? But soon Wu Yan didn't need to think anymore because the answer was already on the table. Master? Icaros's voice sounded again, making Wu Yan, Chuju and Mikoto tremble. The way they looked at Icaros also became strange. Icaros. Wu Yan's mouth twitched as he looked at Icaros, asking in a weak voice, could it be that there's another powerful life form approaching? Hearing Wu Yan's words, Icaros's eyes flashed, a little confused, but she still said, no master, it's that magic formation, it's gathering a powerful energy. Gathering a powerful energy? Wu Yan's group looked over in confusion, but what they saw made them pale. Inside the magic formation, the Spider Queen looked like it couldn't move. It's shaking its body with all its might, but it didn't move at all. The two spider guards were also doing the same thing. The magic formation was flashing with a blood-red light. The light was getting stronger and stronger, and the reason for it was the blood on the ground that was continuously flowing into the magic formation. Wu Yan's group saw that the blood was all flowing out from the bodies of the dead. Chuju and Mikoto were speechless. The scene of the blood gathering and flowing back once again shook their hearts. At this time their minds were completely blank. Wu Yan fiercely clenched his teeth. If he still couldn't see anything at this time, then he'd really be an idiot. No wonder the auction house was so generous with the treasure map. No wonder the supply town was wantonly spreading the news of the treasure. All of this was a conspiracy. Everything the auction house did was for this magic formation that could deal with the Spider Queen. Spreading the news in the supply town and the auction house, attracting those who were greedy for the treasure and gathering enough people. Once they entered this place, they would immediately hide, wait for everyone to be killed, then activate the magic formation, gather the blood of the dead, and use it as the condition to activate the magic formation. Perhaps the auction house had already sent their men of sacrifice here to scout the situation. They knew that there was a rank 9 Spider Queen here, so they arranged all of this. They knew that by themselves they couldn't do anything to the rank 9 Spider Queen, so they came up with such a sinister plan. They knew that the large group that came to search for the treasure was definitely here to deliver food to the Spider Queen. Once the Spider Queen killed everyone, they would come out and reap the fruits of its labor, gather the blood, activate the evil magic formation and kill the Spider Queen. This way the treasure would be theirs. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.